Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to the Tuesday, May 8th, 2018 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin the meeting with a flag salute led by Supervisor Montgomery. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know we have a very long meeting today, and for that reason, generally we go into closed session after the board meeting, but we have some negotiators here, and out of courtesy to them, we're going to go into closed session right now to take up the item on the agenda, and then we'll be back in there. So I beg your indulgence. Thank you.
As stated on the agenda, the board will now adjourn to closed session for discussion with their labor negotiators.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience as we went into closed session. Right now, we will have the county council give the report.
The board has returned from closed session where they had a conference with labor negotiators. They heard a report from their labor negotiation team and gave direction to that team. That concludes the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be removed for discussion. Is there any members of the board want to pull anything from the consent? Seeing none, anyone in the audience at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion. And second. It's moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Duran? Yes. Wygant? Yes. Euler? Montgomery? Yes. Holmes?
Aye. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allotted for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Now, here's what I want to do. Generally, we have a 15-minute time limit. Since I know that there's a lot of people here that want to speak under public comment, I'm going to allow 30 minutes. But what I would like to do before that, if there's anyone here that has any public comment that's not regarding the sanctuary state issue, I'd like to give them the courtesy of speaking, and then I will start the 30-minute limit on the sanctuary. Is that fair enough, everybody? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly.
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of people have got their own recording devices. That's great. Want you to know that these meetings are live streamed and video captured. So all board meetings, the video from today, pardon me, is available online. So if your arm gets tired holding your camera up, it's all being captured anyway.
Thank you, Kirk. So this is a public comment not regarding the state of Jefferson or the... No. All right, please come forward.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Terry Edwards, and I'm an Auburn resident. And I'm here this morning to make a plea with you for the gathering in to run our homeless shelter here in Auburn. I want you to bear with me as I want to share just a hint of my background. I'm a 39-year title and escrow representative. I've been in the industry for 39 years, so I have met with some of you, Supervisor Wygant. I've brought buyers to you for land development. Supervisor Euler, you're probably not aware of this, but I've worked with Aldo Panesci to help you on some of your campaigns behind the scenes to get reelected. So I understand both sides of the aisle. Jennifer Montgomery, my husband, said to tell you hello.
Wow.
What bothers me about our shelter is that I don't feel that there is a path to getting people into homes. I feel there is a recycling of homelessness with the current administration, and that is of a grave concern to me. When I lived in Roseville for many, many years before I moved to Auburn, I had real intimate knowledge of the Gathering Inn because I served through the St. Vincent de Paul, serving homeless people meals for 7 years every other Saturday. I personally purchased the food, cooked the food, and served those people for 7 years. I got to know them intimately. There's mental illness, there's a choice to be homeless, and then there's just a need for services. So I get both sides of it. I get your position that it's tough, and I get our position too. So what I find in our fair city is that I live on the Sierra Shadows off of New Airport Road, and I'm afraid to go to Bel Air at night. I'm a big gal, I'm a hardy gal, but I have been somewhat accosted by people. I have been almost spit on, and it's really getting frightening for me. And I've seen this change over the last couple of years, and I feel that something really needs to be done. And I feel that the Gathering Inn, because of their roots in Placer County, really, truly would make a huge difference and an impact. They get it. They're in Placer County, they live in Placer County. And with all due respect, in my heart, Supervisor Holmes, you live here. I don't believe the rest of you that live in Auburn. Supervisor Wygant, you live in the country in Lincoln, and you're not affected by the homelessness that Auburn is. We are, every day. So I implore you to review it on your own merit and look over the recommendation that was made and take a look at it, and please review it for all of your constituents here in Auburn, because it's really important to us that something be done about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Gordon Ainsley, good morning.
Hi, I'm Gordon Ainsley. I live in Meta Vista. I would like you, I believe you have in front of you this graph. I'd like you to look at it. I went to a meeting of your planning group that's charged with lowering greenhouse gases production in Placer County. And one of the things that's completely overlooked is what we eat. And you'll notice that on this, in terms of the amount of greenhouse gases produced by a pound of food, that lamb is the worst at 39.2, beef is second at 27.0, and then we get to the lower ones like cheese at 13.5, pork at 12.1. There's this huge drop from beef. And so getting down to what they really are saying is we all ought to be eating potatoes, rice, peanut butter, nuts, yogurt, broccoli, tofu, dry beans, milk, and tomatoes and lentils. So I think that the Board of Supervisors needs to take a firm stand on this and at least get us down to dairy. Now, you know, it really pains me to say, going on to this one, it pains me to come up here and say, you know, I was right and Scott Owens was wrong. And what this is two studies, this is from Forbes, this is two studies showing, out of the Journal of American Medical Association, showing that states that legalize marijuana have lower opioid use. Obviously, because marijuana is so much more available. Now, I speak to you as a very occasional user, only since the age of 68, when I started running high blood pressure when I don't run, and started having insomnia when I don't run. But now I'm over that injury, so I'm no longer a user. And my lifetime experience, I used to be a drug abuse counselor in my 20s, And I've been watching this forever, and what's obvious is that the more available marijuana is, the less opioid use we have. And this is what I saw when Ronald Reagan took his stand against marijuana and started eradicating it. Everybody went on to less expensive methamphetamine. So I encourage you to make marijuana more available in Placer County so that we can have less opioid use. No, we want more opioid use. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ainsley. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Scott Vaughn. I'm from Granite Bay. This is my 8th time in a row here for public comment. And as always, I have a handout. But what I wanted to start about is why do I keep coming 8 times in a row to talk about the same illegal construction and zoning in my neighborhood of Tree Lake Village Storage by a planning commissioner? Why do I keep coming? What are the expectations? Your expectations are that you have an engaged populace that comes and talks to you and lets you know what's going on. Our expectations are that you take action, that we have honest and transparent government, non-selective enforcement, and that you do something. That's why I keep coming. Whether it's going to be 9 times, 10 times, 99 times, I will keep coming. Whether it's this body or a state body or whatever it is, that is what is required. Today I'm here to talk once again about the information that we're not receiving. I have given you, actually almost 20 of us came here 3 weeks ago and provided you a huge document with 12 specific details on how Commissioner Moss has violated the law. We've also asked you specifically, what is the zoning ordinance that you are using to allow a commercial mini storage facility in a residential neighborhood? No answers. And I know that you said you've given us answers. We went back and checked. We talked to everybody that came to the meeting. No answers, Supervisor Euler. So we have not received them. To that end, I've also provided you another handout today with respect to the open space, which we haven't heard anything on, which shows that even Commissioner Moss's company knew he had to put open space in that area, yet we have no dedicated open space. There are so many open items on this. It is ridiculous, and yet we have no action. Last week it was, if you want answers per the Public Record Act, your counsel said, sue us. That's what he has told us. That's the way we get answers. Or the only way to do it is through a writ, which is a lawsuit, right? So I don't know what you expect the populace to do, just to go away, just to say, it's okay and we're going to live with this, and then when the next time comes, we'll go again. But it is your responsibility to enforce the laws. Black and white information should be at the fingertips of county employees. We should be able to know why things are built and be informed about it. Through inaction, this Board of Supervisors is endorsing selective enforcement of county requirements and laws for the benefit of one individual and his family, Commissioner Moss. We've asked for his vote of removal. We asked last time you were here. Still no vote. You've conceded there were 5 or 6 things that he broke the law. He falsified documents. Yes, they said, I have it recorded. At your county council's recommendation or allowance, we recorded the meeting. It's recorded. So we have these items, yet no, we haven't heard a single vote here. I don't even care if you vote to keep him, but just do a vote. Do something. And so through your inaction, you are allowing personal profits for the commissioner. Please take action and acknowledge the code of ethics and remove him.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, Jerry, the oft-repeated refrain of the violations of law by Commissioner Moss. Your office has looked into all of this exhaustively. What have we found so far?
We found that there's no basis, no merit to any of the complaints. In the lawsuit, the court found that the county did not violate any rules in approving that storage facility, that location.
That is not true. You already admitted that the state found him
Scott.
guilty of course. The state found him guilty of violating environmental law, and he had to pay for
Thank
it.
you.
So
Good morning.
Morning, Bradley Cutler on the Tree Lake issue. I'm here today to take issue with Mr. Euler's claim that the county has answered all of our complaints, and I'd like, in pursuant to the instructions from the tax collector's office, I went and filed a formal complaint to you guys as a way of working of complaining about the business license and the trucks driving in our neighborhood. That was on March 13th. Here it is a couple of months later, and I have not received a single word back. I stood up about a month ago and asked what was happening on that. I got no response whatsoever. So we're 55 days or whatever out, and I think it's time that I get something from you guys, because that was the stated position from the tax collector's office, a way to complain, and I did so, and yet I was supposed to hear back in 13 days or 14 days or whatever it was, and I haven't heard. So at issue here was both the issue of the business license, but more in our neighborhood we have issues with the commercial vehicles, semi-trucks driving through our neighborhood. And we got a response when we complained about that. We got a response back. It was basically a one phrase: the activity described in the complaint is not in violation of county code. Well, I guess maybe, I don't know how that got arrived at. There was no explanation. It was just, go away, you've been a bad boy. And that's a problem with us, because the signs on East Roseville Parkway say no trucks allowed. The law stipulates in the code that there's no commercial renting to storage units. And the state law prohibits trucks from going through our residential neighborhoods. So I don't know how it was, resulted in. There's no violations here, but it seems counterintuitive, and yet all I hear is silence. So I think Mr. Euler said it was an operational issue. Interesting that you can have a state law become an operational issue. I don't get that. Or maybe it's as Yogi Berra said, this is deja vu all over again. 2 years ago, we claimed that Mr. Moss was raping the riparian areas, filling the wetlands, ripping out endangered species. We were scoffed at, we were belittled, and we were labeled as speculators. Our complaint took months and months to be heard and answered, and there was nothing found that was in violation of Placer County codes, but was in violation of state codes. And you know, he didn't do jail time, but he paid a $150,000 fine, and it seems like we're going down this road all over again. So please, we're at 55 days and counting, and I'd like to get a response at some point.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the board under public comment on any item that's not regarding the sanctuary state issue? Seeing none, now we'll begin the clock for the 30-minute time limit. And if the clerk will please inform me when that 30 minutes is up, I would appreciate it. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, fellow board members. My name is Dennis Revelle. I come before you this morning as chair of the Placer County Republican Party. On April 12th of this year, we submitted a letter outlining the dangers as well as the hypocrisy of California Senate Bill 54 and its companion legislation, and requested a public hearing by this body. The chair noted in his response to our request that the U.S. Justice Department had, quite correctly, filed a lawsuit against California over the 3 state statutes that unconstitutionally interfere with the federal government's authority over immigration. If the courts follow the law and the Constitution, Attorney General Jeff Sessions and the American people and the people of California will win that case. Sanctuary state sounds noble, but not when you were talking about providing a safe haven for dangerous criminals. In fiscal year 2017 alone, according to the Justice Department's own records and lawsuits, federal authorities apprehended more than 20,000 aliens in California, roughly 14% of the aliens apprehended nationwide. How many of that number were criminal, undocumented aliens convicted of murder, rape, burglary, and other crimes in California? 90%. As Sessions said in the speech before the California Peace Officers Association on March 7th, quote, California found these people dangerous enough to detain them in the first place, but then insisted on releasing them back into the community instead of allowing federal officers to remove them. This practice not only defies common sense, it's reckless. The California State Legislature, Governor Brown, and his appointed State Attorney General Javier Becerra apparently believe that it is better for law-abiding residents of California if criminal undocumented aliens who have been convicted of numerous crimes are returned to our local communities. California's new statutes impose a number of requirements that, as the report of the State Legislature Judiciary Committee admits, are intended to frustrate an expected increase in federal immigration enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of our views on legal versus illegal immigration, the decision before this body is one of public safety. It is really about our law enforcement being able to effectively fight criminals and coordinate with other agencies that do the same in order to keep our neighborhoods safe. So far, 8 California counties, 33 California cities have recognized that in order to protect all Californians, our neighborhoods cannot be sanctuaries for cities. While Governor Brown and his appointed Attorney General and the Democrats in the California State Legislature have forgotten that the first job of government is to protect the people's lives and property, I'm hopeful that the supervisors of Placer County have not. We are therefore asking that on May 22nd, 2018, this board convene a public hearing to determine if it will join those 8 counties and 33 cities and adopt a resolution opposing California's sanctuary state law and authorize the preparation and filing of an amicus brief in support of the United States versus the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. The longer everybody claps and makes noise is going to reduce the amount of time that I'm allowing. So please. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ray Balava, and I live in Roseville. And this is the very first time that I felt compelled to come up and speak to the board members. Mr. Duran, I have a couple questions for you since I live in your district. Number one, what is your stance on the sanctuary state status?
We're not allowed to take.
You can't comment back to me?
Just general comments to the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you can tell it's first time for me.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
So anyway, so I won't ask any more questions. I'll just move on with statements. I would imagine that all of you up on the board are familiar with the name Luis Bustamontes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. He's the individual that just recently was convicted of first-degree murder of Sac County Sheriff and one of your own Placer County detectives. Right. He had been deported twice out of this country and was here illegally again when he committed these murders. I cannot understand why this board will not, someone's here legally, fine. Or if they're going through the process, fine. But if somebody is here illegally, I find it appalling that this board won't even take it up for discussion to try to rectify that problem, to keep not only police officers safe, but if this individual killed 2 cops, what would he do to innocent citizens just walking down the streets? I find it appalling that you won't even address it. So I will say this, I'm going to be watching for you to make some sort of public comment on this issue, because I know you're coming up for election, and should I see nothing... Quiet. Should I see nothing, myself as well as many other people that live in your district will not be voting for you. And I want to say for the rest of you on here, I'm retired. I have plenty of time on my hands. When you come up for election, if I don't see some sort of public comment that you are going to stand up against this sanctuary state stuff, I will be out pounding the canvas or the blacktop in your areas, going door to door to tell people vote for their opponent. They're not here for your safety. They're here for illegal alien safety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Olga Treviso. I'm a longtime Placer County resident, born here in Auburn. My family came to Placer County in 1946. That started with my father, Leonard Treviso Sr. He was a World War II Native American combat veteran whose regiment served 434 combat days in the South Pacific. My father is a proud member of the Tigua tribe in West Texas. When he came home from war in 1946, he was racially profiled because of segregation and Jim Crow laws. He was harassed on the streets of his own town where his family owned a cotton farm. He came to Northern California because he remembered shipping out of California on his way to go fight the Japanese in the South Pacific and possibly die for this country, he and his 4 brothers. So when he came back and saw the racial profiling, the segregation and the racism in West Texas and the nasty Jim Crow laws of those long time ago days that were very ugly, he came straight to Northern California. He came straight to Placer County. He bought land here. He worked for the railroad. He met my mother and he raised 8 children. My father brought my family here because he wanted us to live in a country that would respect us, respect the color of our skin, respect our freedom. State of California has SB 54, California Values Act. SB 54 ensures that no state or local resources are diverted to fuel any attempt by the government, the federal government, to carry out mass deportations, and that our schools, our hospitals, and our courthouses are safe places for everyone in our community. A DACA student, Thomas Evangelista, could not be here, so I will read the statement on his behalf. SB 54 was drafted and passed into law in the state of California. That law is protecting immigrants that are not violent, that are not a danger to our security, that are going through the process of becoming legal residents, whose children attend our schools and were born in this country. The law is protecting immigrants that are not violent, not a danger to our security. Today, Thomas Evangelista and I am sure that you will listen to public comments that will attempt to paint someone like him as a dangerous, violent criminal that needs to be deported. The immigration isn't so black and white. It's a complex issue. At the core of it is racial profiling. U.S. American citizens born here in the United States, such as myself, I was born here in Auburn, have been racially profiled by ICE. I don't carry my birth certificate or my passport with me. If ICE continues to go unchecked in this county, without uniforms, without warrants, in unmarked cars, taking people off the streets on their way to work, as they have done here in Auburn just recently this past month, myself, people who look like me, none of us in this room, I believe, have their passport on them or their U.S. birth certificate. I am not a liar. So if ICE was to ever stop me, I have no way of proving on my person or in my car if I'm a U.S. citizen. U.S. American-born citizens have been detained and deported by ICE immigration on quote-unquote accident. I beg that you please use my property taxes to pay for local issues, local law enforcement. I don't want my property taxes to be spent doing the job of Jeff Sessions or ICE. That's what our federal taxes are for. Thank you so much for your job, doing your jobs, and I appreciate you all on the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, would everybody please be courteous? Everybody has the right to speak, so please be courteous to the speakers. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm back again.
Hi, Paul.
My name is Paul Gallo. I'm from Rockland. We're back again the second time on Bended Knee as the citizens of Placer County, asking our representatives to file a resolution and an amicus brief against the unlawful SB 54 and AB 450 sanctuary laws. The majority of you have rejected to even have an open discussion, let alone a resolution. The fiat reason you give us is to wait and see what happens with the federal lawsuit. That could take years working through the courts and cause countless people and our law enforcement to be put in an unnecessary jeopardy. Our message must be sent to Sacramento now. We need you to act now. The board must not put their politics above the safety of our people, whether they're documented or undocumented. If you do not act on our behalf, then the people will use a remedy that is our duty to use when their politics, when our representatives refuse to abide by their oath of office following the Constitution of the United States. Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. We will not hold you guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. Thank you, and it's time to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mike Murray. I'm from Rockland, District 3. I come before you today not to talk about the merits of SB 54, but to talk about just simply asking you guys to do your job. And I ask this respectfully, just please do your job. Have a discussion about this. Have a conversation, have a vote about this. A few months back, State of Jefferson came before you and asked the same thing. And there was only a few people. They were brushed off. They were kind of big-leagued, to tell the truth. And now take a look at the room. The room is absolutely packed. And this isn't going to fizzle away. This is going to stay. This room is going to be packed every single time you're in here, with public comment being taken away from other issues to talk about this until you do your job and discuss this. As the voting public, we only have three options, really. Election. People are up for election. You will be replaced if you don't do your job. Your job is to represent us and talk about the issues that need to be discussed. There's a precedence for this in California right now. It's in your court now. Second thing, recall. I don't want to go into details on that. But the third thing, and I can assure you this will happen every single time you sit in those chairs, is this room will be packed until this is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Ms. Pruitt.
Good morning. Kimberly Pruitt with the Office of Congressman Tom McClintock. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stood before you, I believe, a month ago and presented you a letter from Congressman McClintock urging you to take this issue up. We stand here today. I'm representing him today. He's in Washington, D.C. and wanted me to be here to speak to you about this issue. Urging you to take this issue up and discuss it and pass a resolution in support of the citizens, of our district public safety. A few years ago, as you know, we tragically lost 2 officers to an illegal immigrant who just recently got sentenced for those horrific crimes. So we urge you to stand by the Constitution and the rule of law, and please take this issue up and discuss it on behalf of the constituents of the 4th District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. Good morning.
Good morning. Jim Davis, Auburn. Mr. Chairman, I'm here today on my own behalf to request the Board of Supervisors hold a public hearing on the proposed resolution declaring Placer County a non-sanctuary jurisdiction. The voters in each district deserve to know if their supervisor intends to honor their oath of office to support the United States Constitution and ensure that our law enforcement has the ability to cooperate fully with federal authorities on immigration, despite the enactment of California laws SB 54, AB 450, and AB 103. California's sanctuary legislation is the product of the California Democratic Party's political agenda on immigration. Supervisors Duran and Montgomery, both Democrats, are compelled to follow this agenda. Mr. Holmes, you were a Republican. Respect for public safety, law enforcement, and the rule of law still matters. Or have you embraced the progressive ideology of the Democratic Party? Leadership isn't defined by standing with your finger in the wind. You can stand for the Constitution, or you can stand with the Democrats. Mr. Chairman, be a leader and give the people a hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Cohen, and full disclosure, I'm an import from Nevada County.
Oh.
I am not a paid protester, I must say. I come before you to read the minutes of the Board of Supervisors meeting of Nevada County from December 12th. Okay. We were present there as well. The same motion was brought to the attention of the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County. I'm hearing a number of speakers here mention the issue of precedents, the rule of law. The council, Mr. Cardin, I will address this to you and I will leave these minutes with you. The council, the legal advisor to the Board of Supervisors in Nevada County, stated, this is from the minutes, Chairman Weston responded to the questions from the public regarding consideration of the non-sanctuary county resolution. He reported that the opinion and recommendation of County Counsel, COUNSEL, the legal advisor to the Board of Supervisors, is that it is the county's responsibility to carry out state's mandates. Therefore, the board will maintain the sanctuary position, and this issue will not come forward on an agenda for support or non-support. SB 54, otherwise known as the California Values Act, is a state law. It was voted for by California's elected officials, signed by an elected governor. You, as you have often been reminded, are elected supervisors and up for election. This bill was signed into law by elected officials. You are elected officials held by law to uphold California state law. And I would like to remind you that if the non-sanctuary state speakers will be showing up in the future, should you be entertaining this motion officially on your agenda, which would technically be illegal, but if you decide to do that, we will also be here. We will also bring donuts. We'll be here in force. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Friends, I consider all of you my friends because you're Americans living in a land that was bought by the blood of patriots. My name's Calvin Clark. I also am from Nevada County. I wanted to just let you know that the swamp of sewage, of political endorsed crime is spreading. It's coming to Nevada County from Placer County. It's coming from the Bay Area and other places, from other places. The drug cartels continue to rampantly abuse the people, the citizens, and by detaining our local police, we are impairing the safety of the citizens. And no government can exist in peace except where such laws of the Constitution are held and framed insecure that will protect and secure the rights of the citizens, especially under your jurisdiction. The citizens under your jurisdiction as a body called the Board of Supervisors having the ability not to make law necessarily, but to make a resolution, and if not a resolution, become a plaintiff in the lawsuit against California to separate and become a new state called the state of Jefferson or something else. If you guys won't follow the law, we the people will have to help you to do that. So if you look at the history of Nevada County, when the Board of Supervisors neglected to protect and secure the rights of the individuals in Nevada County, there was a shooting in 2001, and cries at the funeral were heard because the county had a duty to secure the rights of the individuals, also those working under their jurisdiction, including the sheriff's office, the local jurisdictional police enforcement, and also to teach the correct principles by the way you vote. If you don't teach the correct principles, it's like Thomas Jefferson said, if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a civilized society, it expects what never was and what never will be. This is a principle above party, above popularity, and above pocketbook. We, the people, are no respecters of persons. We don't care what you own. We don't care what affiliations you have. We want you to vote for your oath of office and defend the Constitution of the United States. If you think your authority can just bypass this, I agree with some of those that have spoken that, there are remedies to your employment. But I just want to share with you a book that was written back in 1966 called The Communist Attack on U.S. Police, by W. Cleon Skousen. I highly recommend that. Please do the right thing. Put it on your agenda. It's only a resolution.
Thank you. How Ladies and gentlemen, we're fast approaching the 30-minute limit. I think we only have time for 3 more speakers. Mr. Mitchell, you'll be the last speaker. All right? So,
People moved in front of the line that weren't in the line that were here. Exactly.
Oh.
Address that.
They want to talk about following rules, line breakers. Jesus
Oh.
Christ. Follow the rules.
I don't know. I wasn't watching that. I was listening to the speaker. So.
I was cut in front of.
Okay. I don't know who did cutting and who did anything. I'm not here to arbitrate that. So in lieu of that, Ms. Madoshi, yeah, I will let you be next, or be the final speaker. Be the final speaker. No, go back until we let you. You'll be the final speaker. No. I'm going to let these other folks speak, and then you'll be the final speaker.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
I'm going to let these other people speak, but you'll be the last one.
Okay, so I will have a voice.
You will be able to speak, but I want you to
thank you very much.
Okay, so be back where you were standing. Okay, is that agreeable? Is that agreeable to my board members? All right. Okay, let's proceed. No. She doesn't get it. Come forward, please. Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Travis Allen. I am a state assemblyman representing the 72nd District of California. That's all or part of 13 cities in Orange County. I'm also running to be your next governor of the state of California. I'm here today to advocate against Jerry Brown's illegal sanctuary state policy, also known as SB 54 and the related laws. You may have heard that the small town of Los Alamitos in my district was the first town to opt out of this illegal sanctuary state. It was followed on by many other cities across Orange County: Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Westminster. The list goes on. And then the county of Orange opted out. Then the county of San Diego opted out. Even the sheriff of Orange County and the sheriff of Contra Costa County are now posting the release dates of criminals. So ICE knows when the release dates will be of criminals who are here illegally, so that they can pick them up so that they never enter our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, this movement has caught fire around the state of California for one very simple reason. The sanctuary state policy of Jerry Brown, Kevin De Leon, and the California Democrats have endangered every single Californian. I will tell you about a very simple story. It's the story of a young girl walking down the pier with her father. Her name was Kate Steinle. Her only crime was taking a walk with her dad in San Francisco. She was shot in the back by someone who had been deported 5 times previously, who was a 7-time felon, who was released just months earlier by the sheriff of San Francisco due to the sanctuary state and sanctuary city policies of Gavin Newsom and the California Democrats. Kate Steinle died. She would still be alive today if it were not for this illegal, unconstitutional, and dangerous law. This law was never voted on by the people of California. It is against the U.S. Constitution. We are not talking about someone's grandmother sitting on a couch. What we're talking about is someone who's come to our state illegally. They have now committed crimes once they are here, and they are now being sheltered with our taxpayer dollars. It is illegal. It is dangerous. Californians do not want this policy. They've done many polls, and I can tell you, you don't even need the poll. You can just walk down the street, and you can ask any person of any ethnicity, anywhere in the state, rich or poor, it doesn't matter, man or woman, and ask them, do you truly believe that people that have come to our state illegally that are committing crimes should be sheltered with our taxpayer dollars? The answer is not just a no, it is a resounding no. I would ask you to hold your hearing that you're looking to hold on May 22nd, to join the federal lawsuit against this illegal sanctuary state. This is where change happens. I can tell you, I serve in Sacramento, and until I'm your next governor, it does not look like Jerry Brown wants to back down from this policy. I did call out on national media for Donald Trump and Jeff Sessions to come to California and sue California, and they are now suing California. I ask you to join that lawsuit. I have gathered over 35,000 signatures from Californians across state, including here in Placer County, that want to opt out of this illegal sanctuary state. I ask you to join with them. I ask you to uphold federal constitutional law, and I ask you to protect the people of Placer County by rejecting and opting out and opposing the illegal sanctuary state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Eric. I'm a constituent. I've lived in California my entire life. This SB 54 bill is just disgusting. What I find going on is the lack of accountability. No one's doing their job. We need to protect our citizens. Our blue lives matter. Our citizens' lives matter. I consider my children dreamers. I don't understand why someone who's an illegal alien who comes into our country is considered a dreamer. I feel like anybody in the world is a dreamer, but we don't have to exclude the group of people who are here in the United States following the laws, doing what we're supposed to do, okay? I have a problem with the fact that my children are going to go to public school that's going to be overwhelmed by people that don't speak English. We need to focus on our children. We need to focus on our veterans, our homeless. I mean, I heard someone speaking about homelessness up here in Auburn. You guys have a problem with homelessness. What do you think leads to homelessness? You think bringing in a bunch of illegal aliens that don't speak English is going to help that problem? I don't think so. I think that a lot of sexual crimes come along with that, drugs come along with that, crime comes along with that. So we need to pay attention to what your constituents are saying. Again, I'm here with these people. I've got nothing else to do. I'm going to stand up and fight because there's nothing more important than me than my children's future. I will sit down and find out who each and every one of you are, where you guys are at, how you vote, and I will bring that to the attention of all of your constituents. Again, my goal is to make America great again. If that starts in my city, my county, my state, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to stand here idly and allow for people to spread propaganda on the corner of Eureka and Douglas every week. I'm not going to allow this to go on in my streets anymore. And all I ask is that you supervisors, you district people, do your jobs. You follow the Constitution. You follow the oath that you guys took. I don't care who you voted for. Follow the laws. That's all I ask, people. We can be held accountable. Why can't you? There's no reason why you should be allowed to stand here and hold us accountable, but you're not. So that's why I'm here voicing my opinion with my fellow patriots, and we're going to be here at every single meeting, speaking for the entire 3 minutes that we're allotted. We're going to wait in line like we're supposed to and not cut. We're going to do what we're supposed to do because we follow the rules and we act accordingly. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you guys. Travis Allen, 2018 for governor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell.
Chairman, supervisors, my name is Jerry Mitchell. I live in Rockland. And now I'm in the presence of pretty high-end politicians here. But I'm having lived in Rockland for 37 years, I have a sense of the community, a sense of Placer County, and I'm a lover of the Constitution. And as you know, there are 7 articles. Article 6, Clause 2, makes this the supreme law of the land. So no matter what these people say about the primacy of the governor and the state of California and their ability to write laws that countermand that, it is wrong. And I urge you to take stand against it, and I support the comments of Mr. Ravel, Ms. Pruitt, and Mr. Allen, whom I've never met before, and consider moving ahead with the opportunity for you to establish a policy would be in concert with that thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Hello.
Morning.
My name is Mitchell White. I'm from Roseville, and I'm running for U.S. Congress in the 4th District of California. My first question I have is, do you lock the doors to your home? I'm saying this because I am not saying that you are locking your doors, that you don't want to allow people into your homes. It just means that you want to know who is coming into your home and that they are there for the right reasons. And the same goes for borders and vetting. We want to make sure that those who enter will contribute to our society and not be criminals, drug traffickers, or taking advantage of our welfare system. The sanctuary status only incentivizes people to go around our vetting system, and it undermines it. You would not say that if someone breaks a window and gets into your home that they deserve to stay. But if you allow Placer County to be a sanctuary county, you leave our door wide open without vetting. As our representatives, you ought to do what is right, as we do every day when we lock our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got to stand firm. I'm only going to allow 2 more speakers. I'm sorry, but we've had.
I got a letter I have a letter from the mayor of Lincoln.
No, that's fine.
I'd like to present to the board.
Okay.
It's the same letter that they used to opt out of SB 54 last March.
Okay.
2005, I received a phone call from my best friend in Torrance. His granddaughter was murdered while she was standing in front of her friend's home right after she graduated high school. The person that killed her put 3 bullets in her back, and he was in the country less than 3 weeks. Could not speak one word of English. They tried to get her to the Memorial Hospital, Torrance Memorial Hospital, 4 blocks away, and she died before she got there. After the police officers nabbed the guy that killed her, the gang sent back a few more people right in front of her classmate's home, executed them on the front lawn of the parents' house to scare off the rest of the eyewitnesses. Now, we had 2 dead teenagers. This guy was in the country less than 3 weeks, could not speak one word of English, and all he was trying to do was make his bones in a gang. It was a few years earlier than that, my best friend that I work with was killed coming home from a theater with his wife when 3 illegal immigrants broadsided his car at over 100 miles per hour. I think it's outrageous, it's insane to let our police officers put their lives in danger just to release these same criminals back into the streets over and over again. I think it's outrageous for any one of you up here to put the citizens of our country, to put the citizens of our community in danger for an insane law when it's against the Constitution and it's against the federal government. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to help the police officers, help our community, and help our country rid it of this terrible disease of illegal immigration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, folks, this will be the last speaker. We understand your concern. We've heard from your voice, and we're heard from the other side of this issue. But we do have to move on with our board meeting. So yeah, I know, but she went back to the end of the line.
In all fairness, when you promised her to be the last speaker, she went back in line further than where she was.
Oh, okay. So then, okay, then, okay. They're not, we're gonna, I'm sorry. Please, I have already made a decision that we're gonna allow these 2 people to speak, and then we're gonna move on with our meeting. We got a full schedule. So I've extended the time out of courtesy, so please honor that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to give Ms. Madoshi a chance to speak first.
Okay.
This is not an easy thing for me to stand up here before you, and I've listened. I feel on shaky grounds. I feel risking my life. I understand the concerns, and I'm here as a person of faith, not as a Democrat, not as anything else, but as a person of faith that's lived in this country and know about racial profiling, that has been a member of Placer County. I'm calling that when you shift and look at the issue, remove the racial connotation. There are human beings. They're not illegal in God's eyes. And my Bible.
Stop.
And
Let her
this
speak.
is my time. I'm claiming my time to speak my mind. You may not like it, but when I look in here, when I came, you don't see another face like me here. We are, a lot of times, we're afraid. I have been profiling this, been here, and I've had people,
Please direct,
people stare
please direct your comments.
at me as if, why am I here? I am here because I want you to look at this not through the lens of racism, not through the lens of, I want to look through the lens of human beings. I've heard and I have seen people, families torn apart through the way ICE has conducted itself. I'm here because I want you to look at it like there is not no either or with this. There are people involved. There are lives. And every person that I met that's an immigrant, the only immigrant that's in this country, is the Native Americans. And everybody came from someplace. So I'm saying to you, think with balance. Don't think in the extremists that one side or the other wants you to come to. There is a right thing to do. I'm not threatening you with recall. I'm not threatening you with my vote. I am asking you to be people of honor. You know the Constitution, but you also know what it is to be a human being and the right of God, or whatever person you believe in. So I'm asking you not to come up with something that's going to hurt our economy in this county, hurt other people in this lives, because some people say they want to go back. I'm done. Please listen to reason.
Okay, thank you. This is the last speaker. You're a last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Angela Torrens. I'm a resident in Rockland. I'm also the vice chair of the Placer County Democratic Party, and I'm here to represent the Placer County Democratic Party, California Values, as well as the California Democratic Party, who has worked fervently to make sure that we are imposing and implementing the laws that have been on the books in California for a number of years now. Oftentimes we know in our law enforcement experience, and being a retired California peace officer, I understand and respect the laws. I understand also that if the public intends to change the laws, they need to go and go through the normal process that we go through either the writing of bills or the amendment of bills and so forth. We know how to do that if we are eager to change the law, or if we find that the law is in some way violating the Constitution of the United States. We as Californians, and particularly the residents of Placer County, agree that public safety must be a top priority. Building trust with law enforcement and community are the basic tenets to successful, safe community policing. We need our public, including immigrants, to be our eyes and ears, to report crimes and not become afraid of apprehension or detention, and becoming victims themselves. Across the board, our criminal codes and regulations are laws and policies that protect us from criminal acts and activity. We work with the federal government to combat serious organized crimes, such as human trafficking, domestic abuse, at the local level, as well as unlawful drugs on our streets. Right here in Placer County, we have various serious criminal issues that need to be at the forefront of our local LEAs. They need to make sure our communities are continually safe. I have to say my particular neighborhood is very safe. Response times are excellent. Resolutions are quick. Prosecution is adamantly as swift as possible in Placer County. Very proud of the work that the LEAs have done here, and I want to congratulate them for the work they've done. The California Values Act, SB 54, codified Section 7284 of the California Government Code. AB 450 also codified the Government Code 7285 to protect workers from immigration raids in the workplace. The laws have been enacted and place new limitations on state and local law enforcement. The Act protects the safety and well-being of all Californians by ensuring that state and local resources are not used to or misdirected to fuel mass deportations, separate children and families, or terrorize innocent law-abiding people living in our Placer communities. Entangling local law enforcement with immigration enforcement is harmful. The original Trust Act of 2013 was enacted because California has experienced increases in local police responses to ICE detainer requests for local law enforcement to act. And according to these reports, a 2012 study showed that taxpayers spent an estimated $65 million to detain people for ICE. Imagine what we would pay for continuous ICE local law enforcement assistance from our LEAs. We must allow our LEAs to implement policies and programs to practice and not hinder the ability of local law enforcement to build the strong relationships necessary to public safety and community well-being. We do not accomplish anything by fear-mongering, unintended racial profiling of immigrants based upon their country of origin.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Our state laws require local agencies to make further interpretation without direction from the California Attorney General. Yes, we take direction from the California Attorney General, and he is currently handling these particular issues in a federal court where they should be addressed. So, to go further, I would just like to indicate to you that the solution for California's health, safety, schools, and law enforcement to do their jobs is right now in compliance with SB 54.
Thank you.
We need real immigration reform from Washington,
Thank you.
but until that happens, California can do whatever it needs to do to keep its people safe. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Public comment is now closed. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for attending. We've been listening to you, and we understand your concerns. I think now what we will do is take a 5-minute break while the audience filters out, so we can come back and do the rest of our meeting. Thank you very much. Discussion.
I'm going to get up and I'm going to call you names.
Now is the time for board member reports. Any board member reports? Okay.
I'm out. I got about a half an hour to.
Yeah.
I'll defer it.
Okay, defer. County executive reports. I think Todd has some.
Yeah, I have 2 items for discussion this morning. The first one is I wanted to thank those that were involved in last Thursday. We had an exercise for our emergency management operations. It was regional in nature. Not only our sheriffs, fire department, but our municipal partners and special districts and those involved in emergency response efforts took a lot of time out on Thursday, and I just wanted to thank them. It was a great event. I think it was some good information for us moving forward and some good things to work on from a collaboration standpoint. So the first time was just to thank those that participated. That was really beneficial. The next item I want to give is a quick overview of what we did and the efforts around our strategic planning initiative, specifically pertaining, because we're going to be having some conversations here through the remainder of the day regarding the budget and budget requests for the upcoming year. We had our budget planning retreat April 2nd through the 4th. It was a great opportunity for our board of supervisors, elected official offices, and department directors to really talk about the long-term vision and where we're going as a county, and setting kind of a direction, and of course really focusing on a number of key areas. We identified 9 critical success factor areas, as we're entitling them. Those are strategic relationships and community engagement was one, diversity of achievable housing throughout the county. Item 2, collaborative health and human services, public serving infrastructure, outcome-focused economic development strategies, prudent all-inclusive financial planning, comprehensive public safety services, innovative implementation-focused integrated county services, and land use planning and environmental stewardship. No particular order, except for these are some key areas that I think we identified as really moving the organization forward in some focus areas. As we move on to really build off the momentum that took place back in April, We are going to be, obviously we're in the middle of our budget conversation, so I'd encourage the board to consider those 9 areas as you hear recommendations and requests coming before you today. We're going to be moving forward into June of 2018 recommended definitions, and working with our elected officials and our department directors will be breaking out into subgroups to talk about those 9 different areas and working out recommendations for definitions of each of those. We're going to be integrating our current and near-term organizational initiatives into planning horizons. We'll be identifying initiatives and certain projects around a work plan tied around those 9 different areas. And then finally, we're going to be identifying some success metrics around each of those. So really building on the momentum that took place back early April. That'll take place in June. We'll be coming back with a recommendation to y'all around those 2 key areas. In addition to June and July, we're going to be doing some community outreach efforts around this effort, as well as working with and communicating out to our employees through a number of community outreach events that we're working with our PIO's office on. So we're in the process of that. I thought it was a great initial framework to kind of build off of, and we got some good work there. So those are 2 items I wanted to touch on today, and we'll be moving into our budget discussions here in just a few minutes.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery, did you have a comment?
I don't know why my light is on.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Leopold, for bringing this strategic planning session together. I think it's been very valuable to everybody and to the board members that we do have a plan in place to move forward, just so maybe we'll understand where we're going. So thank you for that. Now we'll begin with our 9:30 timed item. Hey, well, not too bad. Not too bad. This is the County Executive Fiscal Year 2018-19 Department Budget Presentations. Receive presentations from county departments on fiscal year 2018-19 budget requests. And I believe, Ms. Sampson, are you prepared to come forward? Or are you doing this?
I'll touch on this as we start out. So, thank you, Chair. So as you hear the presentations today, there's a number of things, I think, factors that are going to come in. We're going to be, we allowed each department director elected office to really talk about what their needs are moving forward into the 2018-19 budget. I will tell you there are some pressures affecting our general fund over the next few years, and I think as we see a little moderate revenue growth, right now it's looking like some of our expenses are outpacing that revenue. So we want to be cognizant of that. We have a smaller amount of a carry forward budget than we maybe have in past years. We want to expect and make sure that we're cognizant and being really fiscally prudent moving forward. We are really focused on this. What we're going to do, and just to give you an overview of kind of how this budget process over the next few sessions will work, we will be having presentations today. We'll be following up with you all to kind of get some general sentiments around this with a follow-up of a budget recommendation to you all from myself on the 22nd. So we'll talk through this, give you an opportunity to hear from each department director elected office what their true needs are and what their feeling is they'd like to bring forward for consideration from you all for this year. So our recap and kind of prioritization discussion is going to happen on the 22nd. We'll be we'll make any adjustments that need to be made on the 22nd. We'll be working with our budget staff to wrap that up, and we'll be bringing forward a final proposed budget for your consideration on the 26th of June. This will be in concert with kind of consistent practice and time frame that we've done in prior years. We'll be working on a final budget in September, really to shore up any last-minute budget changes that may be attributed to any state or federal changes, primarily state-related budget items that we may need to make some adjustments to preceding or following our June 26th meeting. So just kind of the segue, we're going to start out our budget discussions today around really functional areas. So we're starting with our finance area, and the assessor has been gracious enough to be number one. So I'll let Kristen take over. Yeah.
Well, good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, esteemed CEO and County Council. My name is Kristen Spears. I'm the County Assessor, and with me is Pam Cummings, our Senior Administrative Services Officer. and I'm here to provide a budget update to you. As our CEO said, I'll touch on revenues, expenses, staffing, and our supplemental requests. And I'd like to start off with some of the numbers. And am I moving the slides? Okay, I will do that. There we go. Okay. So this is a slide which really gives a lot of information about some of the revenue that the assessor's office provides, and then some of the community benefit that the assessor's office provides. So $706 million is generated in property tax revenue. That's a $70 billion roll plus with a 1% tax rate. We value over 179,000 properties in the county, so we map them, identify them, and assess them. 5.7% increase from year over year last year to this year in the total assessment roll. We have $109 million worth of appeal value at risk. That is for the unincorporated area specifically. There is $1.5 billion of appeal value at risk for the county as a whole. And I mention that because assessment appeals are significant time and dollars that we spend in our office. We did resolve 646 assessment appeals. We have about that same number that need to be resolved. Many of those are commercial industrial properties. They are excessively time consuming, and we have a tremendous amount of support from county council and expert witnesses on those commercial industrial appeals. There's a lot of dollars at stake. And then that last corner, $51.9 million that was value discovered by business property audit. So just kind of the reminder that businesses in the county, we have auditor appraisers that go out and actually value books and records based on their 571L reporting and a comparison of that with their books and records. They discovered an additional $51.9 million of value. So there's a quick overview of kind of revenue at a glance. Community benefit, we send out 177,500 annual value notices. So in July, if you have property in our county, we believe it's important to communicate with all the property owners, make sure that they're not surprised by their tax bill. And so that's something that's proven to be very helpful. We can actually make adjustments. People will provide us with some feedback, and we can review those values that are given to them in value notices in July. We have provided $1.3 billion in tax exemptions to charitable organizations. So that's something the assessor's offices across the state administer, the welfare exemption. $1.3 billion sounds like a lot. We have quite a few hospitals in our county, so that's a good portion of that exemption. 49 property owners, we provided calamity relief. I'm pleased that that is such a relatively small number as compared to some of the other counties in the state, but it's a good reminder that the assessors are able to provide immediate relief from the date of the calamity. So we did that for 49 people who may have suffered fire, flood, or other types of disasters. We had 212,000 customers. We had those customers visit us in the lobby. They called us on the phone. They mailed letters to us, and the big piece of that was our website. As you can see on the bottom there, 420,000 page views on our website. We provide information. We also do business on our website, so they're able to communicate back and forth with us through some fillable forms, attachments, things like that. That number has gone up astronomically over the last 5 years, and we've worked hard to do that, so we're proud of that. And then finally, 78,000 homeowners and veterans, particularly disabled veterans, received reductions on their home values, and those are the $7,000 that you may be familiar with a homeowner's exemption, and then some additional exemptions that are available, particularly for our veterans in the county. So that's just kind of a very quick look. To take you to assessor revenues specifically, assessor is general fund, but we do have some unique revenue streams, particularly related to tax administration fees from our jurisdiction. So that's really our largest piece of assessor revenue. We have about $30,000 worth of data requests, so people, they can't get everything off of the web. Maybe it's a larger request, then we'll go ahead and charge for that, so small amount there. and a little bit related to assessment fees. Things like legal entities forget to let our recorder know that they changed ownership, and we get that information from other means. We'll go ahead and we do a penalty that goes into our revenue stream, and then we go ahead and reassess them, which goes into kind of the general piece of it. So there's assessor revenue, and I'm going to keep rolling, and if you have questions, you have to stop me, so I'll just keep going here. So I mentioned that there was a 5.7% increase in the assessment roll from year over year. It's been interesting to, at least some of us, to look at the factors that drive that increase. And so for 2017, about 75% of the driver of that increase was the Prop 13 inflation adjustment. That was 2% last year. As a reference point, it'll be 2% this year as well. So the roll that we're building, I'll show you the chart in the future here for 2018. I frankly anticipate that it'll look very similar to this information. So 75% Prop 13 inflation adjustment, 21, almost 22% related to market value assessments. So those are properties that were on a temporary decline and still are on a temporary decline, so we're valuing them annually as of January 1st. Those are real property assessments, and then combined with that are our businesses, boats, and airplanes, because those are not related to Prop 13. They're market value every year. So that driver looks about, let's see, I think in 2008, that percentage was quite a bit larger. New construction is very small, 2.29% was the driver. In 2008, that was a larger number because there was more new construction activity, and it was 4%. So different, as we go into different cycles, you see this graph change. And as we've gone over time and restored those Prop 13 base, that 75%, has gotten to be, the most significant piece of that. We do have properties transferred. Increase was the navy blues, the 6.74%. Back in 2008, that was 8.5%. So that's the increase in real estate when we reappraise property that's sold. Maybe it was $250,000 as a factored base, and it sold for, $500,000. Then that $250,000 increase contributes to the 6.74% increases in real estate values. And I think most of you have seen this graph before. So here's the graph that actually demonstrates kind of where we have been since 2007 and where we are now. So this certified roll versus the Prop 13 factored base. The certified roll is the lower number, it's the purple, and the factored base is the green. And you can see that back in 2007, they weren't very far apart, right? You were pretty close, but as we went further and further into the recession, we had more properties on a market value reappraisal. In 2012, there was a 53.7 certified roll and a $66 billion assessment roll, so $12 billion of difference. 80,000 properties, about half of the assessment roll, we were appraising at market value. So that was an incredible workload. That recapture amount has kind of continued to come down as we've recovered. So we've been bringing values back up on residential properties and also on commercial properties. At the present time, there's a $4.1 billion recapture, if you will, that's available. $1 billion of that is in the unincorporated area, and about 26,000 properties out of all of our assessments are now at that real property market value Prop 8 that's left. So 26,000 versus the 80,000 that we had back in 2012. So we're well on our way through recovery. So I kind of took you to the revenue on my department end and then brought you up to kind of a couple slides of a little higher altitude there, but hopefully that'll be helpful as you work through this. Back to specifically our office assessor expenses, I think you'll probably see a number of slides that look like this. Salaries and benefits are the largest expense that we have. I would draw your attention to the professional services at $300,000. Although that may be a small number in comparison to everything else, that reflects our professional consulting services and counsel that help us defend and appraise special properties. So some important services that really help us tremendously in defending those roll values. So there are assessor expenses. Looking at a little history of our filled staffing over a 16-year period. I like this slide because it really shows you that in 2002 we had 70 people as of January 1st working in chairs, and as of 2018, January 1st, we had 72 people. When I talk about the assessment roll increases, appeals, customer service, all of these things that have increased over time, I'm very pleased with the fact that we have been able to hold the line on the number of folks that perform our services and provide great service to the public. Taking a little bit further look at that, you can see that in 2002, we had the purple number is something just below 20, and that number is coming down, and you look at 2018, and we're below 10. So part of the story that goes with this graph, I think, how did we hold the line? We automated work processes. We spent a lot of time and energy making things, improving our work processes, and really doing things in a different way. We've digitized everything. We don't have to scan a lot anymore because we're getting things in electronically, and that doesn't happen by accident. So those are the kinds of things that really saved us. And in 2012, when we had 80,000 properties to value, we were still able to do it with a number of staff and still do a good job. So just touching on that, and our funded is up at the top there for the last few years in red. So you can see we're at 72, but we're funded for 77. So, and we're recruiting as we speak.
Mr. Chair, Kristen, before you leave that,
Yeah.
Post 2008, I know that there was a huge increase in the appeals. How did you manage that? Did some of the hearings get pushed out farther? You just did them sort of as quickly as that?
How did we do it?
Talk about that a little bit. Yep.
Yeah. We only have 2 years to hear appeals in the county, and we have to work together. If we miss that deadline, then they get their opinion of value. So if the agent puts 0, then 0 would be what goes on the adjusted roll. So it's really, really important that we get those addressed. So we actually have programmers in the assessor's office. At that time, we didn't have quite as many, but they developed programs that would actually take the appraisal document, which we had digitized, and actually convert it over into an appeal presentation that looked very nice, and the board appreciated the uniformity, had pictures, but instead of somebody having to sit there and type up a whole new presentation, they could actually push a button and say, I now need a presentation. I've got the appraisal, pulled everything over. We also had the same thing developed for stipulations. So a little agreement was generated off of the appraisal that was already present. And it still has a few places where we can, put our notes in, but recognizing that that works for about 90% of our appeals. So that was huge, and that was survival. So that really speaks to, how do we do it? And it's like a lot of computer modeling to deal with the 80,000 market value pieces, and then just the fact that we had a digitized appraisal product that we could crank over into an appeal presentation was huge. So you're welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, sure.
if I might as well, I also wanted to point out that, in addition to those numbers of employees and the increased amount of actual work they're doing, Placer County's population between 2002 and 2017 increased by over 100,000 people. And so I think it's really important for folks to understand that, not only have you actually, lost relative to a couple years ago staffing, relative to the increase of population, you're down significantly. So you guys have done a lot more with a lot less. And that's true for most of our departments in the county. But I think that's just so important for people to really understand.
It is really important. And I think the other thing that's really important that we understand is we're always going to have population that want to speak to people directly. And we need to be able to accommodate that. So I think it is really important. I have an office in Tahoe, an office in Auburn, full service office in Roseville. People want to talk directly, face to face. We can accommodate that. But on the other hand, there are people that never want to come into the office and they want everything to be available on the web. They want that at whatever time, 2 o'clock in the morning. And so I think as a county, it's just important that we are able to really accommodate both of those, because we're always going to have that, I think. So that's really been a lifesaver for us, though. Okay, well, thank you for those comments.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. It looks like you've done a tremendous job with technology. Moving forward, do you see it getting you, there be a stopping point, or with more technological changes that there'll be even greater efficiencies? Can you give us just some perspective on that?
That's a good question. I think we're taking the second sweep through, if you will. So we've been digitized now for over 10 years. That was, we don't have any paper property files. We aren't creating appraisal documents in paper anymore. However, we're still getting a flow of paper into us. And so one of the projects we undertook was to say, what is this and how can we, give some different options? So I think there's still a lot of possibility there. We're looking at e-forms and e-signatures as an opportunity, and that kind of relates to my supplemental budget request, actually, because I think going forward, we need people who can interface really well with our appraisal staff and our clerical staff and bring those projects forward, because we still have a staff that have amazing ideas. So the ideas haven't dried up and the opportunities are still there, but they get a little bit overwhelmed, and it would be wonderful to have a business process analyst say, hey, staff, you have a wonderful idea. I can interface with our programmers and we can make that happen. So that's kind of the way I see the future going, is really just having more of an opportunity to bring some of those ideas forward. Our staff is really great because they've seen kind of what's happened over the last 10 years, and they have more ideas than we can accommodate. So that's a great thing. It's positive. Yeah. Not running out of technology ideas. So just to speak really quickly to the budget to actual variance for this year, to cut to the chase, we anticipate that we'll have 4.5% or 4 to 5% residual. And last year the residual was 2.3%. So that's kind of what can be anticipated. And finally, to get to our supplemental requests, we have requested a reallocation of an assistant associate appraiser to a staff services analyst 1. That would be a cost savings of $18,000 and change. Reallocate an assessment supervisor to a business process analyst with a cost increase of about $27,000, so it nets to about $8,400 increase annually. Kind of speaks right back to the fact that we need to have people that understand innovation, that are going to be able to help us bring even more technology on board. So supporting that financial planning piece of what we discussed at our retreat, and also the innovation end of it. So that, I think, will allow us to really continue to just move forward in a very progressive way and provide excellent service to the public, which is our job. Right. So with that.
Supervisor Euler.
Question, Todd, I don't know if this is for you or somebody in your staff, but I'm trying to reconcile this summary sheet that we have of the supplemental requests with the slide that shows the cost savings versus the cost increase, because the numbers aren't really matching up here.
Supervisor Euler, Kate Sampson with the County Executive Office. Departments will be presenting their supplemental requests with the best information they had at the time about the costs. We're still currently working through all those and making technical adjustments. In some cases, we found, either up or down, a little bit of a variance. So we've provided you with the most up-to-date information we have.
Which one?
On the summary there.
This right here?
That's correct.
So what you're saying is that the two requests are both actually cost savings.
That's
for the
correct.
county as opposed to.
There you go.
Okay.
So your assessor has won the prize for the day, actually asking for less money.
Okay. And the one that she had identified as a savings of 18,000, you've identified as actually $20,000 a year more than that in savings.
That's correct.
That's bank error in our favor.
Yeah.
Do not pass
Let's
go.
keep
Do
going
not
that
collect
way.
$200.
All right, thank you.
Clearly a positive, and you just need to say yes.
Yes.
So
Right.
there you go. It's just that easy. Yeah.
Mr. Leopold?
Yeah, so, just to clarify, because I do think you're going to see this in a couple different department presentations. I think our conversation really was about, if you see at the top, net impact of costs. So there were requests that were coming through, and so we came back and said, hey, are there offsetting revenues to help offset this? Or are there, based on some of the reclassifications, has it changed that dollar amount? So you may see this in other areas, but we're just trying to narrow this down, and you needed probably the current information where we're at today.
And Chairman Holmes, on
Yes.
this same subject, if I might, Kate, do we have a grand total for this 5-page document? I just noticed it's not totaled, and while Kirk is incredibly quick with his calculator, I think it might take him a while to get through 5 pages.
We certainly could provide you a grand total. We didn't include it on the summary document today since there are a number of different funding sources involved. We just wanted to present you with a list of what the departments have identified as needs.
Okay.
And then we would look to May 22nd to provide you more succinct impacts to certain funding sources.
I will be patient in that case. Thank you.
But yes, I can tabulate you numbers all day long if you'd like.
I believe you.
Okay, any other more comments for County Assessor?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Spears.
Okay. There we go.
My one last comment, Kristen, is just I get such great feedback from people in Tahoe and down here for the work that your department does. So thank you very much for that.
I will pass that on. They
Yeah.
definitely appreciate that, and it keeps them going. So thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Todd, Jerry, Andy Sisk, your County Auditor Controller. And right behind me is my fabulous Assistant Auditor Controller, Nicole Howard. And in light of the recent issues I've been going through, not only medically, but also with some of my family, I have to underscore the word fabulous. She really is.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Nicole.
We agree.
My budget is pretty straightforward. I'm going to try to move through this pretty quickly, as we accountants like to be black and white. And I think my budget is pretty black and white. So I'll start with revenues. You'll see that we've got 3 primary revenue streams coming in. Our total revenues are $7.1 million. Of that $7.1 million, $5.3 million comprises transfers in, whether it's a reimbursement for the 87 costs or a reimbursement for the recent Workday project implementation. So the remaining amount of revenue is about $1.8 million. Of that 1.8, 1.6 comes from the property tax charges for services. As Kristen mentioned in her presentation, we do get to collect the SB 255 admin costs. I always like to remind the board we cannot collect from the schools, so we're not allowed to collect on that cost. But I can tell you we are able to charge the schools and all the other districts or cities that put parcel taxes on the roll, and that has been increasing, as you probably are aware, and we're able to charge a 1% fee for putting that roll on the charge, or on the roll. In terms of expenditures, total expenditures for my budget are $8.1 million. Of that $8.1 million, $7.25 million is salaries and benefits. Again, relatively straightforward. Of course, that cost has increased not only as a result of just negotiated salary and benefit increases, but also as a result of the Workday project implementation. In addition, we're incurring some additional costs because of the retirement of some key department staff. I'll touch upon that later in my supplemental request, but I think it illustrates to the board something we've been planning for, which is succession planning. And I'm losing 4 staff that have over 88 years of experience, starting with Sandy Baza with 31 years of experience. We lost a payroll accountant, 27 years of experience, and 2 people recently in my financial reporting division that combined have 30 years of experience. In terms of FTEs, you can see that we've averaged over 40 funded positions over the past 5 years through fiscal 18-19. One of the things that has been bothering me that's been in my budget is I have these 2 unfunded vacant positions. And I inherited those right before the Great Recession. I actually had 3 unfunded positions. I eliminated one of those a few years ago. And I'm proposing to eliminate those 2 unfunded positions. My reason is if I needed to fund those, I would have to come to CEO and ask to fund those positions. And if for whatever reason CEO didn't agree with the auditor controller, I would come to the board through the budgetary process to ask for those positions to be funded. So I'm proposing to eliminate all my unfunded positions in my budget. Actually, no cost to the county. It's just something that sits on my org chart and bothers me. So I'd like to remove it.
All right.
The last thing is the fiscal 19-20 budget. One of the things you will see, and I'm going to be talking a lot about Workday because really it's all about Workday for Andy and the Auditor Controller's Office right now. We're going to be reallocating from the project team about 10 funded positions to a post-support unit. Again, I'll touch upon that in a little bit. In terms of what I'm estimating in our department budget is, again, pretty straightforward. As I mentioned, it's comprised mainly of salaries and benefits. Over the past 5 years, we've averaged about $400 to $500K in terms of what we've given back to the general fund. We're estimating this year that we're going to be giving back an estimated $750K as a result of these salary savings, but also these unanticipated retirements that happened, I think, a little earlier than we planned. Of course, that creates then salary savings that we're going to give back to the general fund. As I mentioned, that we're going to be in the state of transition in fiscal 18-19 in terms of Workday as the Workday project ends. And just a reminder, we go live July 1 with the general ledger, the HR payroll system January 1. And I'm happy to tell the board right now we're currently tracking to be on time and on budget. And when I say on budget, we'll actually be under budget by an estimate of $500K. That number could change. And what I would like to do is come back to the board during final budget, give you an update on where the project implementation stands, solidify those numbers, because I like to live more in the actual world than the estimate world. I'll have a better feel for those numbers as we move forward. But then I want to illustrate to the board how we took those backfilled positions and either reallocated them back to the post-support unit in that budget, or how they've been reallocated back to the departments. Some departments actually need even backfill those positions. So I'll make sure to bring that before the board during the final budget. And then I can clearly articulate whether or not my budget needs any additional money for 18-19. As I mentioned, we're kind of in a state of transition, and so I have the most staff on the project budget, and we have suffered some key some key departures of employees from the project team, where I've had to add a couple of additional people to the team as a result of those departures. But I can tell you countywide it has been a team effort, not only my department, but every county department I feel has had their handprint on the Workday implementation. Leading into my supplemental requests, one of the things I'm proposing in my budget is to reallocate one of my funded accountant auditor 1-2s to a senior admin services officer position. You can see it's an additional cost of $49,000. Why do I need this reallocation? Well, currently Sandy Bozzo is wearing 3 hats in my office. She oversees financial reporting, internal audits, and does all my admin duties. I really feel like now with having another budget, which will be the Workday post-support unit budget, having 2 offices, I really need someone to focus strictly on the admin functions of my office. I'm going to be increasing my funded FTEs by 10. I'm going to have, as I mentioned, I'll have 2 offices, and again, I don't want those duties, because right now when Sandy can't get to them, they fall on my assistant auditor, they fall on my executive assistant or my management team, or in some cases even the auditor controller has to step in and help out. The last thing I'll mention here is retiree sick leave payments. We were anticipating 6 retirements in 18-19. A couple of those people pulled the trigger a little earlier. But what I can tell you, I mentioned that those 88 years of service, the amount of sick leave hours that are on the books is 2,502 hours. And that is what's really generating that number. And that number is probably low, but I'm hoping to absorb some of that in my 17-18 budget, and we'll see what that number shakes out to be in fiscal 18-19. With that, and if there's no questions, I always like to leave a quote. And this is from the famous home run call from Dwayne Kuiper, Giants radio broadcaster. I'm out of here.
Any questions, comments for the famous radio broadcaster wannabe? All right, thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, County Council, CEO. Janine Windishausen, County Treasurer Tax Collector. And I have with me today some of my staff, Cindy Brodrow, our Senior Admin Analyst, who really does the heavy lifting when it comes to crunching the numbers for our budget. Jonathan Schmidt, who assists in putting together all the presentation and that. And then Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Eric Wademan.
Yeah.
Okay. So first I'm going to run through some of the past fiscal year and past 12 months or so accomplishments and activities, and then discuss a little bit more about our budget and going forward. So the real big initiative in our office was launching the Pioneer Community Energy organization and providing service to 80,000 residential and commercial and public customers. The board recently, the Pioneer Community Energy Board recently reviewed their rates that they set back in December after PG&E raised their rates and considered revenue scenarios under their current rate structure and any consideration to raise rates, and decided to hold rates. And so we are now 9% below PG&E's rates on electric generation service, and saving about $10 million annually that will stay in Placer County. I want to touch on the little footnotes on each of the bullet points. We've attempted to reflect how we are aligned with the strategic planning. So at the bottom, just on the front page, there's a reference to the strategic planning. So that's what the little footnotes are throughout here. A year ago, we presented to your board the financial review of distressed fire service providers in Placer County, and we continue to work with the CEO's office and with the districts in trying to support efforts to remedy the service challenges around financing. We also have been providing ongoing support related to land development projects. We manage a portfolio that has hit a new high of $1.5 billion that we are managing that money on behalf of the county. School districts are actually on the aggregate our largest single depositor, and then a number of special districts, including fire districts, cemetery districts, and such. We led the Deferred Compensation Committee RFP process. Our staff in Treasurer Tax Collector's Office developed that RFP and worked with Procurement and Human Resources, County Council, other departments, and the Deferred Compensation Committee. And recently your board approved authorizing negotiations on a new provider. We also provided directly from the Treasury financing for a number of projects and acquisitions. So we assisted Mid-Placer Public Schools Transportation Agency, who provides bus transportation for school children in the Mid-Placer area, with the purchase of 2 buses. The Newcastle Elementary School District acquired an adjacent facility that was previously owned by the County Office of Education. We assisted them with that, and then also with the construction of the Ackerman School District multipurpose room, which was subsequent to assisting them with the acquisition of a parcel of land adjacent to their existing school site. The treasurer, under state statute, assists school districts as the treasurer for school districts in the financing of general obligation bonds. So when school districts have authorizations, voter-approved authorization to issue school districts, typically for school district facilities, we are involved in that process, and then frequently if they refinance those, or what we call in municipal market refund those issues, we're involved with that as well. So we review legal documents, make sure that the legal documents are structured around the accounting system that we have in the Treasury for school districts, but we're very involved in that process. On the tax collection side, we have seen an increase in electronic transmission of property tax payments. So that includes credit card payments and e-checks. So that has been interesting to see the increase in that, which is a web-based service. They can also do it over the telephone, and that is a 24/7 availability. It really helps people, especially at the last minute. We usually see an increase. We have achieved the lowest delinquency rate since 1993 after coming off of the recession, where we saw double-digit delinquency rates in some areas of the county. But we saw 4%, which is really high. And we actually historically have been below the state average in our delinquency rate. And during the recession, we actually exceeded the state average. So we have been resilient from that. We include in the property tax bill a solicitation for our trust funds. So this is just a recap of what has been collected over the years. There really has not been any kind of promotion of this other than just putting it in the property tax bill. So that's something that we might consider as finding other ways to promote that through the beneficiaries of who manage those trust funds, and also maybe through the county communications division. We have significantly reduced extra help and overtime budgets, and something that we always continue to do, which leads me into remarks I want to make about the 18-19 budget. We make every attempt to put together a reasonable and conservative budget, and then really have inculcated as part of the culture in the office to be frugal throughout the year and look for ways to save money. So over the past 3 fiscal years, our average budget savings on the expenditure side has been about $410,000, and our average revenues above those budgeted has been about $270,000, and so that's an average of about $680,000 that we have returned in fund balance each of the past fiscal years on an average basis. So again, that's something that we attempt to do on an ongoing basis. We have allocated 29 positions and funded 29 positions, and we currently have 27 funded. So in light of some of the financial work that we do and the bonds and the special projects, I feel like really over a really long haul here, we have finally started to approach really right-sizing the office where staff can have a little bit more work-life balance, quite frankly, and not put in the management. You don't see it in the overtime because it's management who usually is pulling that weight. So the 17-18 budget on the revenue side was $2.96 million. For the 18-19 proposed budget, our base is 3.05. We don't have any supplemental requests on the revenue side. Our total requested budget is 3.05, and so there is no increase from base budget on the revenue side. On the expenditure side, we do have some supplemental requests, and I'll go over those next, but won't belabor you with the individual numbers there. And actually, just before I get there, I want to talk about revenue and expenditure drivers in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. As I mentioned, we have about $1.5 billion on deposit in the county treasury, and that is money that belongs to the county, to school districts, special districts, and before we apportion the investment earnings, we take out the Treasury costs. And so the Treasury is compensated for their services through that mechanism to the other depositors. And so that produces revenue of about $2 million a year. We have tax collection and assessment fees that are projected for the coming fiscal year to be about $237,000. On the expenditure side, one of the things that we have increased without, this is not a supplemental request, but that is to restore publications and legal notices on defaulted property. So that's something that we suspended during the downturn as a budget saving mechanism. But we do know that when we send those additional notices, every time we send out a notice, we get a little pulse in increased revenues and collections of those delinquencies. And the sooner you can get on those delinquencies, the more likely you are to collect them and not lead to additional expenses. So with that, I'm going to talk about our supplemental requests. The first one has to do with overhiring. We have a long-term staff member, Margaret Nickel, who has managed the tax collection operations, who's announced her retirement. And because we have a year-long cycle in the tax collection area, we have had an overhire, which we started this fiscal year, which will go into next fiscal year for training purposes. We're also asking for restoration of salary savings, again, to help offset expenses associated with funding positions that are allocated. And then the last two items have to do with consulting services for the infrastructure finance district formation out in the Sunset area. And that is that there is actually funding for that in CEO's budget, but the expenditure comes out of our budget. With that, just as a final comment, I want to say that I appreciate the CEO's recommendations and really appreciate working with the team at the CEO's office, Todd, Kate Sampson, and Daniel Vick. They're just really competent, professional, cordial. It's just really been enjoyable and productive experience in working with the CEO staff.
Thank you. Is there any questions from Supervisor Montgomery?
I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you've done, particularly around the Pioneer Community Energy. And I know that that has added a significant burden to you personally and to a couple of your staff members that you've taken on willingly, recognizing how valuable it is to Placer County long term. And so I really just wanted to recognize you for that and say thank you very much. And while I can't say people come up to me all the time and say, I love the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, what I will say is that your commitment to the county and how that reflects on all your staff and how supportive they are is very clearly recognized by people. So thank you very much. Just want to take the public opportunity to thank you for your efforts.
Well, thank you. I love Placer County. I love the people of Placer County. It's my privilege and honor to serve and pleasure.
And I want to thank you for all the work you do with our fire districts. It's been an ongoing challenge as long as I've been in office, and I really appreciate your input. It's very important to find some kind of resolution with your help. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Jonathan. I think, who's next?
Yeah, so we're going to move to, so we've gone through the finance piece. We'll jump to general government. I think the clerk and recorder, and it's going to be up first.
We weren't quite sure who was up next.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we.
Now batting.
Yeah, right? Did I just turn everything off? Okay, so. Hey, look at that. General government. Good morning, everybody. Members of the board. Jerry, Todd. Hi, everybody. Ryan Ronco, the clerk, recorder, registrar of voters. And happy to introduce the general government section of your wonderful day today. We'll move to our first slide. The humble orange.
It's a banner. It's a banner.
The official fruit of the Placer County Clerk Recorder elections. We have just a few slides to talk to you about today. We have, we'll go very quickly through our programs, talk about our finances, and then really highlight our supplemental. I think everybody knows we're an amalgamation of different offices in the clerk recorder elections world. We have the recorder's office. Major successes last year would include the fact that we finally brought the recorder's office into the world of electronic document recording, which is not here on your slide. But we moved in September into that world, and currently we are at 40% of our documents coming to us by way of electronic document recording, which saves a little bit of money for the taxpayers here in Placer County each time that we have a document that comes to us electronically. We don't have to scan it. We don't have to send that back at our expense to the person who's recording it. It's a much faster turnaround time for the people that are recording as well. The elections world, we are responsible for long public comment sometimes, firing people up. And November of 2016, we had an 84.2% turnout here in Placer County. While it wasn't quite honestly this last fiscal year, we do like to highlight that we did have two special elections that we did conduct for the people in Penryn and in Newcastle for Forest Hill for fire protection services. And in the clerk's office, of course, that's where we protect your vital records. We had about 15,000 vital records filed in Placer County last year. We conducted just over 600 in-office weddings, and I always like to highlight the fact that we like to do point of sale in my department, which is, a little unusual for some county government offices. But we do sell certain items, and one of the things that we sell is wedding rings. And we sold 101 wedding rings last year for our 600 weddings that we conducted. Yes, so it's a popular point of sale item. We're going to start putting gum out as well. See how we do with that. So
M&Ms.
Moving to the next slide, we have our current fiscal year listed 51 funded positions, which is holding steady since fiscal year 2015-16, like many departments and like Supervisor Montgomery mentioned. All of us are trying to do more with the same or even fewer staff. Our adopted budget for this last year, just under $11 million. The proposal for this upcoming year, you can see expenses are at just under $10 million, plus the supplemental that we want to talk to you about, with revenues at about $7.5 million. Speaking of supplementals, so we have a few items that we wanted just to highlight for you, starting with election equipment replacement. We've been in discussions with the CEO's office, and we are starting to put aside some money for an eventual new elections equipment purchase. The equipment that we use in Placer County is great. It's based on technology that's been around for a really long time, that optical scan. A lot of departments here earlier have been talking about moving out of the paper realm. Well, in elections, we're not going to move out of the paper realm. Paper is here to stay as far as a means for voting. However, the equipment that we've had most of it was purchased back in 2002. So it is not state of the art, and it should probably be upgraded at some point in time so that we can be able to have a more robust system for the voters here in Placer County. But we're not there yet. So we're just trying to set aside a little bit of money each year until we make a purchase, and it might be this coming year, it might be 5 years from now. We're not exactly sure, but we'll be coming back to your board to have those discussions at the appropriate time. You'll see the next item is a $30,000 request to moderately increase the poll worker pay for the people that volunteer on election day for us here in Placer County. We compete with our surrounding counties, and we've talked with your board about the fact that we pay a little bit less than many of the counties that surround us, and we do lose people that want to serve, but want to serve with a little bit more money in their pocket than we're offering here. So we would like to encourage your board to consider that increase of $30,000 for poll worker pay. The next item, $700,000 to replace outdated clerk recorder automation system. This is the main system that we use day to day in our clerk and recorders sections. That would be funded by Recorders Trust Fund, so we're not asking for that to come out of the general fund. It would definitely help to streamline the clerk and recorder functions. And then we're also asking for $120,000 for new recording equipment, replacing a map scanner, replacing a document scanner, an archive writer, again coming out of Recorder's Trust Fund, so not a general fund purchase. That is literally all that we came prepared to talk to you about because we thought that you would have a busy day. I can say we're out of here like the auditor Andy Sisk, or I can stand for questions, whatever you prefer.
Well, you did knock it out of the park.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I wouldn't mind sitting here and waiting for all of you to say something wonderful about me that could be used later.
Well, Supervisor Gruler will take.
Okay, great. You'll start.
So that would be Fenway Park?
Yes, it would be Fenway Park.
Which park we're talking about? You passed up an opportunity, I think, to brag on some of the staff in your office. So
you're so right. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I wanted to give you that opportunity first.
Thank you. I was contemplating the oranges,
Yeah.
and I did not get to introduce. Yes, right, exactly.
They're mandarins,
Yes.
yeah.
Were they
could have
mandarins?
brought
I
some.
didn't look like mandarins in that
Yeah,
slide, I must
they
say.
are.
They looked large.
They are mandarin
They're from.
Okay, very
from
good.
Highland Orchard. I know
Oh,
exactly
was that a
where
high
that
hand
is.
picture?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. With me is Sandy Lewicka, our esteemed Administrative Services Officer. Behind me is Stephen I, our Assistant Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and Lisa Kramer, our Assistant County Clerk. Thank you very much, Supervisor Euler.
You're welcome.
That. They are the ones that do all the heavy lifting in the office, for sure.
We know.
I am.
And as far as the evolution of the technology is concerned,
Yep.
I will once again pick up an oft-repeated refrain, and that is I want to make sure that whatever elections equipment we end up with, we're actually able to use the way that it was designed to be used, and that we not spend a whole bunch of money on stuff that state then tells us we can't use, at least without putting up a good fight. And I think the best way to do that is simply bring back hanging chads.
Well, you'll be happy to know that we, in a warehouse, still have our punch card voting system. So
That's
in a
all we need.
pinch, if we needed to,
That's all we need.
We could have that. So
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery.
I actually had a question just while I have this opportunity. We've been letting the folks at all the municipal advisory councils know that we still need more folks for the primary election to serve as poll workers.
Great, thank you.
And the question came up, is there a possibility to split days so that someone doesn't have to commit to an entire day?
So there is a possibility to split days, but the only benefit that we provide that to is the service clubs, because the service clubs have been fantastic in Placer County. Not only stepping up and coming to serve for us, but the service clubs don't take that as a stipend. They give it back to their clubs so that it can be generated back into our communities. So as a benefit to them, we give them the opportunity to be able to split days if they wish. And for the clerk's positions, not necessarily for the positions of judge or inspector, which we really need that continuity. So we don't provide split days, unfortunately, and I know that it's a long day for people, but that's by design. We do think that that provides us an opportunity to be able to ensure that the same eyes were over the same process at that polling place for the entire day. So it's important for us to keep it that way. Having said that, we want to continue to have people sign up, but our election staff has been incredible over the course of the last about, I think, 10 days or so that the county posted that online. We have gone from having, needing about 500 people to serve to now having all positions filled, and we're building up a bench of people because we know that we will lose people through this process as we get closer to Election Day. And we need some people to be able to jump in. And we're to the point now where we're trying to take those overflow positions and make sure that we have a bench to be able to pull from. So we've been very, very blessed. So continue to get the word out there, please. But we are, right now, if we had to conduct Election Day today, 28 days from now, but who's counting, right, Supervisor Duran? We are just looking now to be able to have people in the wings, and we could always use bilingual poll workers. We still would like to be able to see some people that maybe speak Korean, maybe speak Spanish, be able to serve. So thank you for that opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all your work, and
Thank you.
particularly your staff, because they're just amazing.
They are. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, thank you for participating this morning.
You bet. Thank you so much.
All right. It looks like we're moving to the county executive office.
That is correct.
All
On
right.
behalf of your CEO, Chairman Holmes, and members of the board, I'm happy to present an overview of the County Executive Office budget. As a reminder, the County Executive Office actually includes a number of different divisions and disciplines, including your office for the Board of Supervisors, the Clerk of the Board, Communications and Public Affairs, the County Executive Office proper, Economic Development, Emergency Services, Fire Services, and Risk Management. So we'll be talking about all those functions in this quick overview. I've included some information about our revenues. This graph strictly focuses on discretionary revenues in the general fund components of the County Executive Office. You'll see that the majority of the revenue, 56%, comes from our 87 cost plan, where costs are distributed across county departments for services provided by the CEO's office. We also have about a third of our revenue coming from intergovernmental sources. That's largely grants supporting the emergency services function. We've got a little bit of TOT revenue from the Western Slope that's reported here in that gray slice, as well as the yellow slice, other funds. This year, the majority of that is actually revenue from the Workday project, because we've got a number of staff assigned to helping implement that ERP system, and so the office is reimbursed for that function. Looking at all of the activities in the CEO's office, the total budget is over $32 million. You can see that emergency services, fire services, and general liability or risk management each are about $5 million. They take up about half of that pie. The county executive office is your gray slice, taking up a majority of the other side. That does include the Office of Communications and Public Affairs. If we take another view of this slide, you'll see something that's a little bit different from what some other departments may be showing you. Actually, services and supplies is the largest slice of this pie. Salaries and benefits only makes up 41% of our budget, and that's largely due to a number of high-dollar contracts that are operated out of the county executive office, including that that pays for fire services in some of our zones of benefit.
Do we know what, is there a breakdown of those costs?
Certainly, I would say that's maybe 10%, so you're a little over $3 million there. I'd be happy to provide you a detailed budget for your office if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that would be fair, because it kind of makes it look like we're $32 million heavy, and for the life of me, I don't see $32 million in anything that I do, so.
Certainly.
Thank you. Continue, please.
Again, speaking to the salaries and benefits portion of that pie, the county executive office has hovered at right around 73 funded and filled positions over the last 5 years or so, and plan to maintain the same level next year. In addition to those operating divisions of the county executive office, we also account for non-departmental activities in the county within this office. I've represented that budget separately here. This is, for the most part, contributions that the general fund makes to other services that are housed outside of the general fund. You can see the large majority goes to the public safety fund. That's that large blue slice. We also have things like our contingency reserve budgeted here. You can see it's kind of that darker pumpkin-looking slice there. So we'll certainly review this in more detail with our proposed budget, but wanted you to be aware of the funds recorded here in this department. Also wanted to highlight that because the county executive office's supplemental request relates to those contributions the general fund makes. One of those over the past 3 years has been to the Open Space Fund. Your board has included $1 million for the Open Space Fund in the last 3 years. The Open Space Fund pays for land acquisition activities in support of Placer's conservation goals. There are a number of properties that have been acquired through that fund of recent past, and we are dwindling down to a little under $100,000 available in that fund. So this is really just a placeholder as we move through the budget process. We'd like your board's feedback on whether you'd like to continue to pursue this allocation and at what level. That is the end of my presentation, unless there are other questions.
Questions, Supervisor Montgomery?
Yeah, Kate, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for keeping it in pretty pictures that are simple for all of us to understand after an already long morning. As to Supervisor Duran's question about the Board of Supervisors portion of this being, right around $3 million, somewhere in there, one of the things that I would like to suggest is that, and this would be a de minimis amount, honestly, but I just think it's an effort that I think is worth bringing up as the board, is I think we can have our own breakfasts before we come here on board days. And I would suggest that lunch seems appropriate, particularly when we have long meetings, but I have my own breakfast before I come here, and I would suggest that we do away with the breakfast portion of the meals that are provided to the Board of Supervisors on board days. I know that's not a significant amount in the budget, but it just seems like we're grown-ups and we should be able to make our own cream of wheat. So just a suggestion.
Why do you think I come here?
It comes for the food.
All right.
Stays for the political witty banter.
Any other comments regarding this department? Thank you, Ms. Sampson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, and my boss, Jerry. My name is Karen Schwab, Chief Deputy County Counsel. I'm here to present the County Council's proposed budget. And I've never operated this, so...
Good work.
Hey, good job. Good job.
And they say lawyers can't be technical. So many ask us, what does the County Council do? Well, our mission is to provide quality civil legal representation advisory services to the Board of Supervisors, the CEO, elected and appointed department heads, department management, and county commissions, committees, and certain special districts. Our organization, we've divided our office into units in order to better manage what each unit is doing. We have our civil and claims unit, we have our general government and finance unit, land development and public services, and our health and human services, which includes the CPS and adult protective services. We have a total of 16 attorneys. Our 16th is starting on Monday. We have 6 legal support and 2 administrative staff. Looking at 2017-18 in review and the trends that we've seen in our office, there has been an increase in complex litigation matters, particularly in the areas of law enforcement and CEQA. There's been a focus on what I refer to as the all-inclusive land planning. Instead of what you've seen in the past of the individual subdivisions, use permits, we're seeing the much larger projects that come forward with not only the land planning, but the financial component and, of course, the more programmatic CEQA component. A great example, of course, is the Sunset and Area Plan update. There's been the revitalization of county properties, the Kings Beach Center, the Placer County Government Center, and, of course, the fairgrounds. We've seen local initiatives come to arise, that being homeless, affordable housing, and fire services financing, just to mention a few. There's been a significant increase in finance and revenue matters. We had our first community facilities district formation last year, the Yellow Vineyard specific plan. There are more coming down the pike. We're seeing an increase in our zone of benefit formations, annexations, revenues to fee programs. And as Kristen Spears mentioned, there has been a significant increase in assessment appeals. Another area we've seen a sharp increases in code enforcement matters. This is kind of a double-edged sword. Code enforcement added several personnel. As a result, there's more code enforcement. As a result, we've seen a sharp increase in nuisance abatement. This is not just in the marijuana side, although that does play a significant part in our office, but also in regular code enforcement matters, that being dangerous building, that sort of event. But it's been a sharp increase, and what I pointed out is we had 3 nuisance abatements in 2016. We're up to 30 now. So how have we been addressing these trends? One way is we've been working with our staffing, making changes, adjustments, and assignments, and really working seriously on succession planning. How can we impart the knowledge of the oldsters to the youngsters, as we refer to in our office? We're doing a lot of cross-training in order to be able to shift attorneys at a moment's notice when a board priority or a county priority requires more staffing. We are installing and right in the process of an integrated case management system for effective tracking of our work, document retention. We're upgrading office computers and printers. During the recession, we were very, very cautious and very conservative as to what we did on the technology side of things, and we really didn't upgrade our computers. As a result, we're now trying to essentially catch up so that we don't have our attorneys go into court with phone boards, which are really passé in the world of litigation, effective litigation. We're also very focused on proactive interaction with the CEO and department heads of management so that we can kind of forecast where we're seeing the increases in workload and address it accordingly. So our proposed budget. Our proposed budget for this year is just a little over $1.5 million. It's basically an increase of approximately $421,229. A lot of our budget goes towards salaries and benefits. Included in that increase is our supplemental budget request, which I'll come to momentarily. But first, what we're not asking for. We are currently with 28 allocated positions, 26 funded, 24 filled. We are not asking for an increase in personnel this year. Our supplemental budgets are centered on 3 aspects. First, PC acquisition. This is where we are proposing to upgrade the remainder of our office computers and work into the mobile platform. So far this year, we've upgraded our entire litigation team to laptops, as well as senior management. We want to work towards upgrading the rest of our attorneys to that mobile platform. We find that that really is an effective means of providing quick legal answers in either meetings and obviously in court. Our other supplies, that really is the category for where we want to upgrade our printers and move into the scanner age so that we can also work with the OnBase, which is the program for document retention. And finally, IT services. Really, we're seeing an increase in IT services because County Council is moving into the digital technological age. And this is for support of our new case management system, our new trial director, which is a software for trial presentation. Where do we see our priorities for 2018-19? Besides the obvious, which is to provide consistent and timely daily representations, we also see that there is going to be, as I mentioned, an increase in the formation of community facilities districts. And our mission is to provide legal advice that ensures that we support the board's strategy of prudent, all-inclusive financial planning by thoroughly reviewing these proposals and bringing them forward in a comprehensive manner. We're also proposing, and we plan to provide proactive, solution-oriented legal solutions to support the board's goal of integrated county services. And that's basically looking at what are the potential manners where county council can provide the board with legal solutions to address these issues. We're going to continue to provide continued legal support and representation to provide those major land development projects to that finish line, specifically PCCP, Sunset, Plaza Ranch, Regional University, just to name a few. And finally, assisting in identifying legal mechanisms to support and implement focused economic development, affordable housing strategies, and other county initiatives. So, how do we propose to do that? Again, we're cross-training, and I think cross-training is a very important function in our office that we're now devoted to doing, is to ensure that there are attorneys that can cross over into other areas so that we address when there are ebbs and flows in the workload. We're going to finish implementing our case management system. That's due to go online at the middle of July. We are going to finish upgrading our computers. We're going to ensure active engagement by our attorneys with the board, the CEO, the departments, to ensure that we're aware of pending issues and priorities so that we can address that both from workflow and from a staffing perspective. And finally, we want to ensure that we maintain commitment on ensuring county council is continuing to address the board's strategies and goals. And that's all I have, and I'd wait for the good words, but we're attorneys, so I know that doesn't happen.
Supervisor Duran.
No, actually, as a fellow attorney, I do have some good words. You know, $1.5 million, guys, folks, is a bargain for a law office. You know, it really is. Having owned my own law office for over 10 years now, I do have a couple of questions, and you know, and the way I look at law offices, I kind of like just for the public to understand maybe the breakdown of what exactly we do. I like to break it down into 3 central areas. If you could just kind of give me percentage-wise, just right off the top of your head, I'm not going to hold you to it, of the function of counseling, which includes opinions and support, of transactional, which would include the land use, you know, document drafting, writing, and stuff like that, and the litigation component. If you could just kind of give me a ballpark out of 100%.
Out of 100%, I would probably gauge that 40% right now is involved in litigation. And again, that's cyclical. Right now, we have quite a few CEQA cases in the system. I would say we have probably 20% in the CPS, and the remainder would be in the vising.
Okay, great, thank you. And I noticed that there wasn't a line item, if you will, maybe there is in the overall budget, for outside counsel, because I know that in quite a few areas that we have, especially litigation and maybe some tax measures or some areas that we don't have the skill set here, what would you estimate, you know, just as an annual amount that would go to outside counsel, knowing that something could come up tomorrow and, you know, could change that dynamic? I'm not going to hold you that either.
Right. I'm almost looking at Jerry. I do know what our outside for the assignment piece is, what I refer as assignment, which is transaction and land use. We have a budget of, I believe, roughly $140,000 to $200,000. I'm going to look to Jerry to give a yay or nay here. That's basically for our outside counsel for things such as BCCP, any outside counsel we might need for the major land use projects. Then we have our separate outside counsel for the litigation, as well as our outside counsel for CPS. I know our outside counsel for CPS will reduce actually to $10,000 because we are taking the appeals in-house in CPS. So we're actually reducing that budget from 30 to 10. And I'm going to look to Jerry if he can help me with the budget for the outside counsel for litigation.
Well, most of the outside counsel that's in our budget relates to the PCCP, because that's where the county has chosen to put those funds. Our budget for litigation usually comes through the risk management budget, so you won't really see it in our budget. We have in the past budgeted a little bit over the PCC amount because certain things come up. The most recent was the Costco litigation, where we brought in outside counsel, and so our outside counsel budget is usually around $300,000 in that, but that doesn't include the litigation.
Okay. And I do appreciate you have created in the past efficiencies by using a master contract, which, you know, that's something that we brought over from my days of the school, you know, working for the school boards, because it, number one, puts us in control of the contract, and it cuts down on attorney time for reviews, because you just have to change the scope or maybe a couple of other areas of the contract. I'm hoping that we can start to see a little bit more use of that in like our construction dealings and simple vendor contracts, so we're not, you know, having to, you know, do as many reviews because we're all familiar with what those contracts contain. Can you speak to that?
Yes. I think that would be one of our policies. As you mentioned, we're using a consultant contract for most of the minor contracts. And I think when you look at various areas of contracting, for example, IT, other types of vendors, it really lends itself to more of a master type contract. We're also seeing it on the lease side. I think you can look at something that's referred to as a master lease, which has your basics in it, and then you have as attachments where you have your particulars. So I think it's a great place for efficiencies, and we're all about efficiency when it comes to contracts.
Good, and I would encourage all of the department heads to seek counsel, and wherever they can, use a master contract or a form contract that's already previously been approved. That does two things. Number one, it saves us money, and number two, it accelerates the time at which your contract gets approved. So think about that. Thank you.
We're also trying to, the one other point on that is we're trying to be proactive in terms of updating some of the older master contracts, so that's part of our mission as well.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I'm looking at your gross budget before revenues from charging departments, and the gross budget looks like it's growing just over 10% year over year. About $600,000 and some change. We're not adding any new positions, and as I add up the supplemental budget requests, those combined come up to less than $200,000. And so there's somewhere around $400,000 that I'm trying to figure out why is the budget growing by $400,000 that isn't otherwise obvious to me.
I worked on the net, so I'm going to address it from the sense of the net budget, because that's where I have my numbers. And the net budget, the difference would be the increase is $421,229. Taking out the supplemental budget request, $162,500, that leaves us with an increase of $258,729. A portion of this is the increases that were already in the base budget on various increases on expenses, period. You know, supplies, several of the categories went up ever so slightly, which would be to be expected per year. But really, the function and where we're seeing the major increase really is in our salaries. For the first time, we're actually going to be fully staffed. But we were at 15 attorneys last year. We did significant increases in staffing and some promotions for our succession planning, and I think that's where you're seeing the difference.
So even though under the personnel slide, it's showing that you had 26 funded positions last year, and this year we're going to have 26 funded positions, I still am having a hard time reconciling why that is resulting in, again, looking at the gross budget, because that's what we carry forward and then charge back against, you know, the departments for services provided. I'm still not, that's not real clear to me.
Right. What the slide isn't showing is, while we have the same allocations, we had some promotions. We had some key retirements last year. As a result, we also had some promotions within each one of the units. We promoted 2 to supervising deputies. We had 2 promotions to senior, all with the idea of having your succession planning. We had 2 promotions within our support staff.
Okay.
So those added into that increase.
All right. Well, without belaboring the point here, maybe at some point we could sit down and go through some of the details together. I'd
Be happy
appreciate
to.
that. Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I actually did have some nice things to say. I kind of have to, because everyone in my family is an attorney, so I always feel compelled to defend the attorneys, whether they deserve it or not. But in this case, I want to personally thank you for the time that you and our county council particularly spend with me on a monthly basis, going over all the litigation, particularly in Placer County, or in the 5th District, but Placer County more generally. It's incredibly helpful to me as a representative of the residents of Placer County and the 5th District to understand the real nuance and the context. I know Robert likes to use these board meetings as his psychotherapy. I like to use the meetings with you two as my psychotherapy, so thank you for that. One thing that I would like to encourage you to consider for the future is looking at the litigation and a lot of the land development issues right now. A significant portion of that is in the 5th District, and particularly in the far east end of Placer County. I would love it if County Council would consider, and Jerry, you can perk your ears up on this one, for the future, maybe assigning someone from County Council's office to our Lake Tahoe office, so that we have someone who is up there who kind of multitasks across all these different buckets that you guys address within County Council's office, but someone who has daily connection with all the crazy nuance that is Eastern Placer County. So just food for thought for future budgets. Thank you.
All right, anything else from the board? Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Who's next?
There goes my speech.
Wow.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes.
You can just
I was trying to.
Vice Chairman Duran.
Good morning, Vice Chairman Duran. I was looking at the time thinking, do I got to change it from good morning to good afternoon? But then they threw a curve at me here. My name is Jerry Gamez. I'm the Director of Administrative Services. And with me is Melissa Spack, who is our Fiscal and Operations Manager, and Jarrett Thiessen, who's our Deputy Director of Information Technology. We have a few slides today just to go over our budget for fiscal year 18-19. And I'm going to mix it up a little bit just to add a little bit of flavor to it. So I'm going to turn over some of the slides to these two folks to help me with. But the first slide is actually an overview of our 18-19 requested budget. And basically what we have is 6 programs within our department, 3 which fall within the general fund appropriation. That total amount for that appropriation is about $4.7 million. And the 3 programs within that appropriation is administration, procurement, and revenue services. As you can see, the budget amounts for each of those programs, with administration being $691,000, procurement being about $1.5 million, and revenue services being about $2.5 million. And then the related FTE requests for this coming fiscal year. And in the internal service funds, it's 3 internal service funds: central services, information technology, and telecommunications, for a combined total of about $26.1 million. And again, the related costs associated with each program, about 2.3 for central services, about 17.1 for IT, and telecom being closer to 6.7, and the FTE requirements, or FTE requests as well. Overall, in the general fund appropriation, there's 37 FTE requests, and in the internal service fund, it's 87 FTE requests. No new requests, actually. It's just the number that we have now, and we're actually going to decrease by 1 FTE overall, and Jarrett will talk about that in a little bit. Our number of FTEs combined is 124. Our filled, our vacancy rate is about 8.5%, so typically we average about 118 filled positions. So with that, Melissa will talk a little bit about this slide, and then we'll continue on with the presentation.
Good afternoon, Melissa Spack, Admin Fiscal Operations Manager. Kicking off our 18-19 proposed budget, the first slide represents the general fund. We've got total revenue request proposed $5.2 million, and total expenditure request $4.77 million. The total revenue is about a 5.3 net increase over 17-18 budget. Total expenditures for 18-19 are a 9% decrease over current 17-18 budget.
What the slide here also represents is in the revenue services TOT program, you might see a 0% request there. And that's just because of the way we budget that program. So that program in expenses is actually $972,108. but because the revenue is actually put into, it cancels out, it's put into the expense side of it instead of the revenue side, so it just cancels it out. So that's just the way that we budget this right now. But I just wanted to share that information with this board as well. Central Services is our first ISF budget. The revenue request is $2.7 million, approximately $2.7 million, which is a net decrease of about 2.3% from last year. And our expenses is about $2.3 million, which is about a net increase of about 1.7. The difference there is that we're, through our capital replacement plan, we're putting monies away for a large expense, which would be the replacement of our copy machine program. 4 years ago, this board approved the replacement of our previous copy machines, and so what we do is we've been leasing those. We have a 3-year lease, and then we go about 2 to 3 years beyond the lease cycle and put money away in our capital replacement plan so that we can come back about year 5, year 6, and replace the machines again, go through that cycle. So we put money away by charging the users for that cost.
Good afternoon, board members. Jarrett Thiessen, Deputy Director of IT. I'm going to cover the 18-19 proposed budget for IT and for telecommunications. As you can see from the slide, our projected revenue, or our proposed revenue for 18-19 is $17.1 million. That consists of 9 lines of business. The top 5 are listed there. The lower 4 are combined under other. The primary source is our core services, which represent 70% of our revenue. That's billed out to departments by number of users on the network, by network account. Our expenses are $17.15 million. So you can see we're projecting a net county cost of about $43,000, which would be canceled from reserves.
This budget overall is about a net decrease of about 2.8% in revenue and a net decrease of about 4.9% in expenditures. And this has to do with the transition of 5 IT positions from central IT back into the Health and Human Services program. Those positions were IT positions. They'll continue to be IT positions, but they were reclassified as software application specialist positions that really focus on the support of CalWIN applications. So they're not doing in-depth IT work. They're really just supporting one application. The department felt that they could be better served if those positions were co-located with their units. So they're coming out of the IT budget and into the Health and Human Services budget this fiscal year.
Our telecommunications budget revenue is proposed at $6.789 million, and expenses, this slide actually has an incorrect number there, and the correct number was on the overview slide presented by Jerry, which is $6.693 million. So we are projecting a net surplus of about $96K. The revenue year over year is an increase of 3.5% from 17-18, and expenses is a decrease in 2.1% from 17-18.
And this is another division where we have a very comprehensive capital replacement plan in replacing a lot of the key infrastructure that supports our data systems throughout the county. So about 10 years ago, we replaced, and you'll see, we'll speak a little more about it in our supplemental request slides, but about 10 years ago, we replaced a lot of our infrastructure, so our capital reserves dipped, and now they're coming back up. So you'll see year after year, we put money into our capital reserves so that we can come back at end of life of the system and be able to replace them. Which takes us to our next slide, supplemental request. On general fund, there are 3 supplemental requests. The first one is under administration. It's about a $16,000 request for extra help to assist us with not only our day-to-day workload, but our workday transition. Revenue Services has none, and then Procurement Services has 2. But $21,622,000 for an admin tech funding, and this is to transition a admin clerk into an admin tech position, be able to assign higher level duties to support our ongoing operations. And then there is approximately $4,800 for 3 PC replacements. Originally, we had requested a new allocation, but we went back and looked at our operations and found that we were underutilizing an admin clerk position. So rather than trying to go after a whole new position, if we were to really look at reclassifying that admin clerk into an admin tech, assigning the higher level duties, we could actually get the same amount of work accomplished with a lot less cost to the general fund. And within the internal service funds, we have 4 supplemental requests, with the majority of these being funded through our capital reserves budget. Central Services has 1 fixed asset for a postage meter, which is about $39,480. In Central Services, we process about 53,000 pieces of mail per month, and we seal about 300 letters. This machine will be able to seal about 300 letters per minute, so being able to be efficient by having the most current equipment is actually a benefit for us. We are asking for an extra help, about $25,000 in extra help in Central Services to assist us with rolling out a new software to help us with our work order system, taking it from a manual system to a online system to be able to streamline the request for services. In telecommunications, we have 2 requests. The first one is for a replacement of our fiber optic cabling infrastructure, and that is about $75,000 for that. And this is over on our DeWitt campus. The fiber optic cable that was installed in the DeWitt campus was installed in about 1995, so we've definitely utilized that equipment for quite a number of years. The primary driver there is our current infrastructure can support up to 1 gig of data. This will take us up to the 10 gig, so be able to support new technologies, cloud technologies, higher internet access and so forth. So definitely brings us into this new era of faster services. Our network switching equipment, this is probably our biggest acquisition. It's a $630,800. This equipment was replaced back in 2007, so it is also migrating from a 1 gig to a 10 gig to be able to support a lot of the cloud-based technologies that are being implemented. These next few slides, I'll kind of breeze through them quickly. But major adjustments for us in the administration, again, transition to Workday. We see a high number of work that goes through our office with transactions there. So this is going to be something we're going to be focusing on, not only on the administration side, but on the procurement side. There is a procurement module as far as training all of our users, being able to track our purchases through our requests through the purchasing module. Another change that we're looking at is transitioning the countywide systems fund administration from the CEO's office into administrative services. In procurement, we have been working for the last year with the PAM committee, county council, and auditor controller's office, several key offices on an update to our procurement policy, which I'll be working with you guys as well, trying to set up some meetings to go over some of those proposed changes to bring us, I think the last time we updated the procurement policy was in 1995. So we want to make sure we are meeting best practices and staying current with all of the state and federal guidelines. There will be a new procurement manual. I think one of the biggest things is right now is our purchasing policy is approximately 79 pages in length. And the policy back then was written where it combined policy with procedures. And as procedures changed, we would have to come back to the board to get it changed. So now we're going to separate the policy as one document and then have the procedures manual separately so that we can change and be very agile as things change throughout the industry. In revenue services, definitely focusing on the short-term rental compliance for this coming year, continuing with our TOT audits in the eastern slope, and then transitioning to a new collection system. And in our internal service funds, our central services, we have a new digital storefront. That's our new work order system that we'll be implementing this coming year. And then we're going to be focusing quite a bit on digital record storage management, digital records management. So last year we transitioned from having our own warehouse. We had 3 warehouses just next door, well, over by the DeWitt Center. We closed those warehouses down and outsourced it to a firm, which really took us out of the warehouse business. So now what we're seeing is a lot of departments are migrating from a hard copy type of records management into the scanning them and storing them digitally, but we want to make sure that they're following our county's retention policy. So we'll be focusing quite a bit of effort on that. With regards to information technology, certainly ensuring that we stay focused on the strategic planning initiatives that were approved by your board. Workday is going to be a big workload for us this coming year. I mentioned the application support staff transitioning from IT over to Health and Human Services, Office 365 migration, and then our Civic Plus migration. This is migrating from our current website to a cloud service website. We're thinking in the January, February timeframe, we'll be able to launch that. And then telecommunications, our countywide radio project. We have a few initiatives that we're focusing on now, and that's the deployment of the radio network into the Tahoe Basin. So we already completed everything west of the Sierra, so now we're going to start focusing on the eastern side. And then also looking at the Middle Fork project as to what kind of coverage we need there. Back when that whole Middle Fork project came to light, we were looking at if it became a recreational area, then what kind of radio coverage will we need for our first responders. So we have a plan together to be able to address that. And then the 2 network upgrades that I mentioned in my supplemental request is the legacy local area networking equipment upgrades and the Wi-Fi upgrades for our county facilities. So with that, I will be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Supervisor Wygant.
Jerry, on Middle Fork project, is there any cost sharing discussions going on with BCWA or?
Yes, so we're working with Brett Story and his team right now. We did present a proposal for 3 sites back in 2010, I believe it was. But because of the advancements in the technology now, that's come down from 3 sites to 2, so we have been working with Brett on that.
Any other comments from board members? Oh, Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just take the time to comment on the Workday transition. I know that the special districts have come in and started some training around that program, the special districts that they work with, and I've gotten wonderful feedback from them and wanted to let you know that they are so excited by this change. They think it's really going to add to their capacity as well as ours, and just wanted to take the opportunity to pass that along because oftentimes this technical stuff is kind of considered boring and not very interesting, but there were some super excited people in some special districts, so thank you.
And that's great to hear. I wish we could take the credit, but we do have a fabulous project team, support from the CEO's office. Andy and his team has been phenomenal in kind of carrying that torch, so thank you for that.
And then, again, just wanted to call out Dieter Wittenberg particularly. I have had just an enormous increase in volume of complaints around some of our cable service providers and internet service providers in the east end of the county. And Dieter has just been amazing at kind of lubricating those wheels and getting those service providers over whom we don't have authority or jurisdiction to provide a better level of service and be more responsive to constituents. So that's hugely helpful.
Well, thank you. I'll pass that along and we'll make sure we continue with those efforts as well.
Thank you.
All right. That's it. Thank you very much, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks, team. Good morning. No, good afternoon.
I'm Lori Walsh, your HR Director, and very pleased to be here and joined by Casey High, who is the Senior Administrative Services Officer for the HR Department, as well as Allison McCrossan, our Deputy Director of HR, and Sherry Chapman, our Assistant Director. And as you take in the slide, this first slide for HR, and see all the various things that we're charged with, let me remind you that it was just October of 2015 when the HR department was officially formed as a result of a study that was initiated in calendar year 2014 and resulted in departments coming together that represent the former personnel department and programs that were previously operated by the CEO's office in the risk management division, including workers' compensation, leave management, and organizational development. So I'll remind your board as well that there was a strategic plan developed for this new HR department adopted by your board in January of 2017, which helped us to identify 5 specific initiatives to maximize our technology resources, to maintain a business perspective as stewards of county resources, to attract, develop, and retain a qualified workforce, foster a continuous learning environment, and maintain positive employee and labor relations. And as you'll see through the presentation, we are aspiring to meet those initiatives, to meet our strategic plan objectives, and to meet your board's objectives as well. Our revenues for the Department of HR are largely attributed to our self-insurance funds, where we have premiums that are collected for the various insurance and benefit programs, as well as department charges for our internal service funds that are related to our benefit and payroll transaction services. And then, of course, a general fund contribution and a very slight amount in our other revenues. What we attempt to do, and the 2 small bullet points indicate, is that we are mindful of those department charges that if they fluctuate, they have an impact on our partner departments' operating funds. So we try to utilize the reserves that are kept in those self-insured funds and monitor the usage of those so that we can minimize the charges. As well, we've done a good job of maintaining our balances for managing the claims related to our dental and vision programs so that those premiums are maintained in a way that doesn't fluctuate so much as well, to help our departments to manage those costs. In terms of looking at outsourcing options, we have just in this past fiscal year outsourced our COBRA administration, as well as Janine Windeshausen, our treasurer tax collector, mentioned our deferred comp provider will also be assuming some administrative functions that were previously performed by the HR department in the areas of fiduciary responsibilities. And as you may already know, we have third-party administrators for our claims administration in dental and vision and our workers' comp programs. Expenses for the department can be categorized in a number of ways, as you'll see, but they do align with our department's strategic plan and notably with your board's objectives as well, with a real focus on technology and innovation. So, for example, the HR payroll system, the Workday Transition Project, is a huge resource drain for the HR department in this coming year as we go live in January, but certainly worth the time and effort, and we're very pleased to be a part of that endeavor. As well, we're looking to increase and implement the learning management system to replace our Target Solutions program. I know at least one member of your board will be very pleased to see that change. Our performance development system is continuing to be rolled out. We have just a couple additional departments to roll into this online performance evaluation program in the coming year, fiscal year 18-19. In terms of those positions that make all the magic happen, we have been in the former personnel department staffed with upwards of 38 positions, and then you'll see the additional 11 positions added when the folks from Risk Management's division of the CEO's office came to join the former Personnel Department and form the new HR department. The additional 2 positions in fiscal year 17-18 reflect those backfilled positions for our ERP project. And then turning to the supplemental requests that will be submitted with our budget, we are requesting additional funds for extra help. We look at the Workday program and project and recognize that all of our personnel records are going to be in electronic format. And given that, we're going to need to scan much of the work that we already do in paper form. As well, we are seeing that we are not going to be able to realize any savings from salaries. We are able to put people in a position that is at a higher level than just step 1, which is how the budget was originally created. The vacant positions will be filled above step 1 if, for example, we promote from within, as demonstrated by our new Assistant Director, Sherry Chapman, who took Judy Laporte's position. And we would be very interested in expanding our learning and development training curricula. This is related to the work that our senior learning and development specialist, Wendy Brodnick, did with her training needs assessment to identify county-wide the kinds of training needs that our folks are telling us that they'd like to pursue. In career development, in foundational series, our supervisory series. It is an ongoing cost, but we do see the benefit in our own staff's development. And finally, we would request additional funds for a leave case management system. This is software that it provides more functionality than our Workday project and software application will provide in terms of tracking leaves. This is more managing the cases themselves. While this is a one-time cost, there would be some minimal ongoing maintenance cost as well. And that would be the conclusion of the presentation. Very happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from board members? Well, you did very well. I don't see any. Thank you very
Good,
much.
thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Kelly and I are the only thing that stands between you folks and lunch. But you got to get through us first. Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Mr. Carden, Mr. Leopold. I'm Mary George, your Director of Library Services, and I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon to go over the library's budget with you folks and to, of course, advocate for supplemental funds for the library's program. Okay, this first slide just shows you our beautiful bookmobile that we purchased last spring. So it's been on the road for a year now, and folks really seem to enjoy it. Okay, this first slide is our attempt to show you the lens through which we make our budget decisions in the county. Oh, and if I can step back a minute, I forgot to introduce Kelly. I mean, I assume you all know her, but this is Kelly Heikala, the library's senior ASO. So this represents the lens through which we make all of our library decisions. We have been charged with creating a sustainable library system. To that end, we put together a library strategic plan, 3 initiatives: reverse erosion in library services, modernize our operations, and build capacity for our future. We have 4 service priorities: our staffing, our library materials, which is also we also call our library collection, our facilities, and our technology. All of this is funneled through the strategic planning initiatives as we make decisions, with the main goal, of course, to always be improving services while also creating that sustainable library system. This is our library staffing, and it shows a pretty impactful trend.
This is not FTEs, this is people that have worked in your 9 libraries, including the bookmobile. You can see in 14-15, we had almost a 50% split between extra help staff and permanent positions. Over that time, we have transitioned down from 34 extra help to 3, and we now have 51 permanent members of our staff. So we have right-sized and professionalized our staff and reduced our dependence on extra help staffing. So that shows this kind of trending to a more professionalized library system. Again, this is in 9 libraries and a bookmobile. You'll see in 2015-16, that was probably one of our most difficult years as we transitioned quite a bit. And that was the year that your board approved the reduction of hours in the Rockland and Auburn libraries to help us mitigate that. Okay, again, this just touches on the things that we're proud of as we reversed erosion in library service. We continued to stabilize the staffing. We converted from extra help to permanent staff, right-sized and professionalized. And finally, we updated all of the job specifications, classifications in the library system. We did a complete HR study, and that will keep us competitive as we bring new people into the library system. And also, they hadn't been updated since the early 90s, and library services have changed so dramatically that we just wanted to make sure that it was actually reflective, our job descriptions were reflective of what we were actually doing. So those revisions were finalized by the Civil Service Commission last month, and they'll be before your board in June or July. This slide represents our revenues, and you can see that our library property tax revenues are the major portion of our funding. We're lucky to be a special dedicated property tax library, 23 in the, one of 23 in the state. So a certain percentage of property tax revenues are dedicated to library services. And then the general fund contribution picks up the rest. But what I wanted to highlight here is that the level of public service in your libraries is really dependent on the amount of general fund contribution that your board gives to us each year to fund our special projects and our supplementals. You can turn that up or turn that down. We just never want you to turn that off because our A87 costs are also within that general fund contribution. These are our expenditures. Our expenditures do exceed our revenues by about $150,000. Our capital facilities improvements are not included in our library budget. So one of our major initiatives or our service initiatives or priorities is not part of our budget. So we don't control how our facilities get enhanced or revived. Our general fund contribution funds the innovation that drives this us towards sustainability. So we really are using that innovation piece to try to figure out how to provide the best level of service while also remaining sustainable or trying to get sustainable. And then our strategic planning relies on the annual general contribution, which of course can be dialed up or down. Our fund balance carryover, we had a number of projects that we did not finish that we will roll to the next fiscal year. Those include some furnishings and some library interior updates, particularly to the Auburn Library and the Tahoe City Library. Funds will be encumbered and rolled. Our expectation is that we will reallocate all of our fund balance carryover. Our surplus we were hoping to transfer to a reserve fund assigned to capital assets, which is technology and automation. And so you can see at the bottom of the slide, this is our contingency reserve fund, is at 5%, which is what the county requires. And then our capital assets fund, we've been rolling some of our fund balance over a number of years into this so that we wouldn't be empty-handed if we asked your board to help automate some of our libraries. Finally, our supplemental requests. All of our supplemental requests are infrastructure to move us towards modernization. which supports the library's strategic plan. All of our supplemental requests also support your critical success factors, including public service infrastructure and amenities, innovation, and your financial planning, which is crucial to all of us. So the first supplemental, we need to replace our integrated library system, which is basically our online library catalog. It's our motherboard. It's how we do all of our work, how we take in our materials, how our public interacts with the library. It hasn't been replaced since 1994. It's been customized to the hilt, and those customizations are causing us a lot of pain points and also quite expensive to mitigate. The second supplemental is our attempt to help minimize some of the safety concerns that we have in the Auburn Library and to build capacity for the future. We would like to consolidate library administration and move to an off-site location with our system-wide services, including our delivery and the processing of our materials, and also our literacy services. We hope to get, off campus to consolidate and provide more space in the Auburn Library. Right now, literacy services and the Auburn Library staff are located on 2 floors in the Auburn Library, and there's no dumbwaiter or elevator, so they're transferring materials up and down the stairs, which is risky. And so if we get our system-wide services out of there, consolidate, then we can push all the services downstairs and maybe even create more space for public service. Your public is asking for more spaces to do some quiet study. And also, we just need to be more efficient. It'll create a lot of efficiencies besides mitigating the risk. 3 and 4 are staffing requests. 1 comes with a substantial library give of $60,000 in revenue from a bequest that we received a number of years ago, and a part-time employee that will finish off the staffing that we needed to reverse the erosioning on our staffing. And then finally, number 5, our capital project. This is a courtyard fencing in the Auburn Library that was an alternative that was dropped by capital improvements. So we need to finish that off so that we can secure that area so that our patrons can use that outdoor area to read, and also so at night that it is secured. So with that, Kelly and I are happy to answer any questions. Reminder that summer reading is kicked off. We saw 35,000 people last year in summer reading, so our theme this year is Let's Go, and we'll hope that you and your family will participate.
Okay. Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. 2 quick questions, Mary, or maybe Kelly, I'm not sure who will take this. In terms of the fencing, do we know why that was dropped by facilities? No. Okay. There's a puzzled look for anyone who can see that through the back of her head. Okay. And then my other question actually relates back to the Treasurer Tax Collector's presentation earlier this morning. She gave us a bullet point around the managed trust fund donations. Can you tell me what the intersection of the library trust fund is with your operations and how those dollars are or aren't used by the libraries?
Are you speaking of the trust funds when people pay their property taxes that they can check off specifically to help support the library?
Yes.
Right. We worked with the auditor controller several months ago, right? We consolidated all of the trusts that we had, and that was one of them that we rolled into that capital assets and management. To do the technology and the automation piece.
So is that considered within your library revenues? And if so, where does that fall? Is that the fines, fees, donations, and other?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just note that it seems to be up by about $400,000 this year, which is, or year over year, I should say, which is.
What are you speaking of?
Well, I think that's 2000. Is it
16-17 versus 17-18. So I'm just looking at the information that Janine presented that said in 16-17 the library trust fund got 2.4.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering, is that $2,000?
Yeah,
$80 or is
I
it
can't really.
2.8 million.
Yeah, normally this would be bigger numbers, not smaller, but I'm wondering if this is smaller.
I think we usually see somewhere around $3,000 a year.
Okay, so this is actually thousands, not, okay.
Millions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dang, I was hoping it was millions.
Yeah, I was super excited there for a minute. 2 point what?
I was too.
She's got hidden money.
Really excited about that. Okay, so, okay, all right, up by a small amount this
Right.
year.
Yeah.
All right.
So we do spend those funds. We do roll them into projects that we
Up by $400. Sorry. Nothing to write home about.
Okay.
Those were my only questions.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions regarding the library fund? I see none. Thank you very much for your
Okay,
presentation.
thank you.
All righty. And I think now we will adjourn until
Yeah, we'll adjourn till 1:30.
1:30.
Yep.
Thanks. Thank you. Is this a good time for you, Supervisor?
Didn't know that was an option.
Okay, we'll reopen our meeting for the budget presentations, and I believe we're going to start with criminal justice. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Mr. Giacomini.
Well, good afternoon. Devin Bell, your sheriff. Like Smokey Robinson, I brought with me my miracles. I have each of my division commanders here. The division commanders, Troy Sander, I have Dennis Walsh, my two jail captains, Steinhauer and Dave Powers, and then Jeff Swearingen. Each of them is responsible for building their own budget, and then it's Mark Giacomini, my ASM's responsibility to weave that together into one comprehensive document. So he's going to do the bulk of the heavy lifting here today. That being said, it's certainly been a challenging time for law enforcement. you guys are probably aware. As we're putting our budget together, I think that the word is constrained. We are working to put together a budget that brings us efficiency and effectiveness, but constrained in growth. Understanding that we have some challenges in front of us, and we want to enhance our visibility within the community, our credibility within the community, and our accountability within the community. And when we get to the supplementals that we're talking about, Mark Giacomini can kind of speak to each of those. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and we'll be available if you have any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Mark Giacomini, Sheriff's Office. We're going to go through kind of a look at our 18-19 budget, but we kind of took a different approach, and I want to walk you through 5 years of our budget at a very high level. So you see the trending of the revenues, the trending of the expenditures, what we've done with our positions, and then we'll get into our supplemental requests. We'll run through the slides fairly quickly. This is a look at our revenue trends over the last 5 years. You can see that the 18-19 submitted budget, $128.7 million. I gave a breakdown of the 17-18 budget to show where the money comes from. 59% is general fund, 26% public safety sales tax, 3% AB 109, 3% trial court security, and then 9% from other, penalties, fees, fines, and the such. I did want to point out two, I won't call them troubling, but revenue trends that I think we need to pay attention to. Everyone's aware of the JAG SCAP funding that is currently being held in abeyance by the federal government. That impacts us in the Sheriff's Office to the tune of about $400,000 potentially lost. We did have to get rid of one of our programs, the JAG TIR program, that was doing phenomenally out in the public. We had to pull those resources back and go in a different direction. The trial court security funding is an interesting one. It impacts all the counties up and down the state, in that the state is now giving the money directly to counties to provide the trial court security funding. Unfortunately, it's not keeping up with the expenditures. So what we're experiencing in our 18-19 budget is, based on the governor's budget, the money that we expect for trial court security funding, our trial court security is currently underfunded by about $250,000 in 18-19. That delta is expected to grow year over year unless the state addresses it. Display this for you graphically because pretty pictures with color are kind of nice. What we have done in the 18-19 budget, and you'll notice we always do this in our budget submission, is we will always leave our general fund, public safety sales tax, and AB 109 flat when we submit that to the CEO's office. Then a determination is made later as to where the funding can come from and what levels can be increased or have to be decreased into the next fiscal year. Looking at expenditures, you can see our 18-19 submitted budget, $137.1 million in expenditures. I broke it down into three broad categories because really getting any further into the weeds on that is a whole different conversation. The key here to note is that 67% of our expenditures go to salaries and benefits. 29% go to operational costs, which clearly includes running the jail, A87, all of our contracts, food, K-9, every program we have. Operationally, we spend 29%. 4% of what we spend in our budget is on capital assets. I did want to point out on this slide, and this is nobody's fault, this is just the cost of doing business, but if you look at the Sheriff's Office budget over the last 3 years, since we added 25 positions in 15-16 to open up South Placer, then another 30 positions in 16-17 to open South Placer, those same number of positions, that put us to 560 funded positions. And I'll take you to the next slide and show that. Well, here's the expenditures again. You can see the increases. Looking at the positions, 560 funded positions between 16-17 and our submitted 18-19 budget. For those 560 positions, it's costing us $12 million more in 18-19 than it did in 16-17. That's where the increase comes from. That's where the growth comes from. So, and again, I broke down for you of the 58 positions, the 58 positions that we've added. 63, do your math. Sorry. 25 for South Placer in 15-16, 30 again for South Placer in 16-17. We added 4 homeless liaison officers in 16-17, and we also added 4 positions at the Thunder Valley Casino, which the casino and the tribe is paying for through their contract. Those are the total positions that have been added. Breaking down our supplemental requests, put this into one slide for you, but we can have a full conversation about everything. First is a body scanner for the South Placer Jail. When we opened the booking station in South Placer, we took the scanner that we had in minimum security and we moved it over to booking. Unfortunately, what we've experienced now is we have contraband coming into the South Placer minimum security jail that hadn't gotten there before because we used to have a body scanner. We would like to get a body scanner back into minimum security. The take-home patrol vehicles, currently we have 45 take-home patrol vehicles. We would like to add 5 more. The reason for that is clearly it enhances public safety in the community, but it is also a force multiplier when you have to respond quickly. That $200,000 would be for 5 more vehicles. Body-worn cameras, this is not anything new. It's an initiative up and down the state. We're not sure, we've started working on it. We've done the initial legwork on body-worn cameras. It's a huge program. It's a huge undertaking. This $350,000 would represent essentially startup money to allow us in earnest to go out and start talking to vendors and looking at what program we might want to take under if we can do it. We wanted to have some money in place if we could do that in 1819 to move forward with it. That's what that's for. $35,000 for the 7 doors at the Auburn Jail are currently key locks. We would like to convert those over to fobs to increase security at the jail. Social media room. Construction of a social media room, $35,000. We have a huge footprint on our social media team. We have 20 people on our social media team. I was looking today, we had a post. I don't even remember what it was because we post so much stuff on Facebook. Within 2 hours, it had 1,386 views. Within 2 hours. We have a huge footprint. We would like to construct a room in the back of the Auburn Justice Center where we can do professional type videos, where we can do professional type social media stuff. That's what that $35,000 is for. Ongoing requests. In October of 2017, we stood up our professional standards unit. We told the CEO's office, and I believe the board at the time, that we were going to do that within our existing budget, within our existing allocations, and we did just that. We borrowed, if you will, a sergeant from our patrol division. We took 2 investigators out of the investigators division, and we stood up the professional standards unit. This request is to replace those positions, get a sergeant back down in patrol, and give us 2 investigators back in the investigations division where we need them. Add 2 IT positions, $320,000. This is a new request. This isn't backfilling anything, but I will tell you, if you go back through the previous slides and you look at the number of allocations we've added, and you look at the number of systems we have added, hardware and software across the sheriff's office in the last 8-9 years, you will compare that to our IT positions, which have actually decreased by 1. This request is to get 2 IT positions back into our office to essentially just keep up with the status quo, to keep up with the hardware and software and all the systems that we have across the sheriff's office and 2 jail facilities. Add 1 evidence technician for $108,000. This is, ironically, this position is requested because of something your board agreed to and funded 2 years ago that was such a great idea. We added 4 homeless liaison officers. And those 4 homeless liaison officers are out in the community doing a phenomenal job. And guess what? Homeless people have a lot of stuff, just to be completely honest with you. And our increased evidence bookings has gone up 40% since we added the homeless liaison officers. The evidence techs we have in place right now cannot keep up with it. In addition to that, what has happened is our destruction backlog has grown to a year. We need an evidence tech to get us caught back and maintain. The last position is to backfill a correctional officer in our training unit. This, like the professional standards unit, was also part of our strategic plan moving forward. Stood up at the end of 2017. We used to have 1 training unit with 1 deputy sheriff in charge and some civilian employees helping. What we did is we consolidated for consistency across the department. We took a sergeant off of a task force, put that person in charge of training, kept the deputy sheriff there, and then borrowed a correctional officer from corrections to stand up a consolidated, consistent training unit. This request is to backfill that 1 correctional officer back over in the jail. So you'll see they're broken down between one-time requests, ongoing requests, open to any conversation that your board might have or questions you might have about any of these requests, and our proposed budget submitted going forward.
All right. Supervisor Euler.
So let's begin with the trial court security funding and the fact that the state is underfunding that. Who determines service levels?
Service levels are determined, well, constitutionally, the sheriff's office must provide court security. Service levels are determined as a negotiation between the courts and the sheriff's office.
Okay.
It is a negotiated service level. The negotiation aspect of it used to carry a little bit more water when the money went through the courts and they had to pay us.
Right.
We're in a position now to where the state does us a favor, if you will, and sends the money directly to the county. We don't have a whole lot of leverage room, if you will. We have chosen over the years to maintain the service levels at 31. I believe right now we're sitting at 31.9 FTE. We do that with a ton of extra help because, quite honestly, with the funding that we're getting, we can't afford the full-time employees. But that service level is determined between the sheriff and the courts. Yes, sir.
So as we expect that the delta between what the state's paying and what it's costing us grows, then clearly levels of service at our courts can be an issue.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah. And that is a conversation that has happened between the CEO of the courts and myself. At this point, we have not entertained lowering the service level. But I will tell you, and I've had the conversation with the jail commanders and the sheriff and the undersheriff as well, if the trend continues to go, we probably will not have a choice. I'm left with two choices. I come to your board and say, I need more money to fund what the state won't do for the courts, or we have got to cut service, or cut something operationally that you're paying for us to do. But right now, it's important to point out that $250,000 of the money that you give us to run our sheriff's office operations is going towards what the state's not paying for at the courts.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the Professional Standards Unit, what is the mission of the Professional Standards Unit?
I am going to call on Captain Swearingen, and he will tell you everything you want to know about PSU.
Morning. Oh, afternoon. The PSU, we generally would farm out investigations and personnel investigations to shift sergeants who had other duties. It impacted their ability to supervise staff as we continue to grow. We found that we felt we'd have better consistency, and as part of the strategic plan to bring in a PSU. So we have a sergeant, 2 detectives. Part of their duties are managing our IA Pro, which is the software that we use to track all of our internal affairs investigations. We've recently brought on some use of force tracking software, so they monitor that as well. They are generally in charge of more sensitive or serious personnel investigations. Things that are handled at more of an inquiry level, we can usually send those back to division unless there's a reason why we want to hold on to it. They also do policy review. So every other year, they'll take a look at policy. So even numbered years, they'll look at even numbered policies, go through those every 2 years to make sure that we're in compliance with current industry standards, forward those up to the sheriff for approval, and then disseminate that across the staff. The same goes for odd number years. They help with recruitment and retention. So they attend some of the job fairs that we have to try to bring on new recruits. They'll identify any current case laws that could impact our operations and bring those forward. They've also worked with county council on some of the more sensitive cases, and we will present sometimes discovery, motions for discovery for some of the case files. We will gather those for county council.
And who is responsible for ongoing education and procedures, training, that kind of stuff? Is that this unit, or is that?
So generally our training unit would do that. So they keep track of all of our post mandates and STC mandates to make sure that we're in compliance. They're about to stand up some new software within the next week that's going to track all of our training programs and make sure that people are getting the allotted and required hours, as well as our equipment that we issue.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have on that. Pardon me. And then finally, I'm having a tough time wrapping my brain around 20 people on social media. You have 20 full-time people? What?
No, sir. 20 volunteers within the existing.
That's so much better. Thank you.
Yeah, no, sorry. Those are sheriff's office employees who volunteer, and they're on our social media team, which is headed up by Lieutenant Scott. And it's a huge undertaking. We're on Instagram, we're on Snapchat, we're on Facebook. Absolutely. But they're all volunteer. They're existing employees.
Okay.
We don't pay them.
Who just happen to you've made them admins to be able to post through on your various social media pages.
Correct. Right. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. I feel a little better about that. Thank you.
Great clarification.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you. Quick, brief overview, much appreciated, because it's going to be a long day. When you say they volunteer at no cost to the county, or they volunteer as part of their other duties?
Other duties assigned. They're existing sheriff's office employees.
So they are being paid to be volunteers for this public media group?
Yes. I mean, we don't pay them to do social media. They are, say an
I just wanted to
administrative legal
understand,
clerk. Right.
volunteer has a different context than we're paying someone to do something. Volunteer usually means you're doing it free, but in this case, they are volunteering for the duty, but getting compensated.
I would actually say that a lot of what they do is volunteer, because it's on their own hours, their own time, weekends, evenings.
Okay, perfect.
Absolutely.
That's what I needed to know.
Right.
Thank you, because I was like, I needed to understand what you meant by volunteer.
I mean, I can defer to Captain Swearingen or Troy Sanders, but it is on a volunteer basis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning or afternoon, and ladies and gentlemen of the board and CEO Todd Leopold. The social media program, there's probably just a little bit of confusion. There are employees that do work for the sheriff's office. They do have an assigned piece of equipment that allows us to keep up with messaging, responding to messages when a post goes out, or to help in a crisis where we have field command out at a critical incident. They could be back at the sheriff's office and making sure that we're responding. This day and age, a lot of people just go straight to social media as a source of information. So they're a force multiplier for us, but they're not doing it very often during the day. More or less, they do it in the evenings and on the weekends to help us keep up with messaging and allow us to be effective as an agency in the public.
Okay, and I'm perfectly happy with paying them to do that. I just want to understand what we're actually talking about, because volunteer to me means something, I think, a little different than maybe what you're talking about. So this position as social media folks, I'm not going to call them volunteers or paid, is that part of their job duties, but they volunteered to do this as part of their job duties, or this is in addition to and they're not being compensated for it?
Correct. Like many of the positions within the sheriff's office, we can't afford to have specialists that work specifically for one duty. We try to spread that load. So in order to do that, they could be an ALC, they could be a detective, they could be a deputy, they could be a sergeant. But they're assigned to the team, and they help us with messaging. We try to spread it throughout the organization because the stories come in, they're wide and they vary based on shift, time of day, and time of night. So if we don't have people there to help capture it, we can't capture the data. We fall behind the need, and the public's not informed the way they need to be.
Understood. And again, I'm totally fine with paying them, but I think it's important to understand that they are not volunteers in the sense of the word, that they're not being compensated for the work they do.
Right. Okay. Mark and I speak that language, that volunteer is duties other than assigned.
That's the cadet step forward and volunteer.
Correct.
Kind of volunteer.
Voluntold.
Yes. Thank you.
Right.
And again, I'm totally happy to compensate those folks for the work they do, but I just don't want people to think that these are volunteers in the sense that most people would think of as volunteers.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I have a question. Under your supplemental request, the body-worn camera program startup, $350,000. Can you expand on that? What's the startup? Is that the startup costs, and is there ongoing costs for that program?
This is simply an estimate. So when we first started looking at body-worn cameras about 2 years ago, we came up with one of the options would have been to lease the equipment, add an evidence tech, add an IT person, and probably another detective. That was going to cost us between $650,000 to $700,000 a year. When we looked at it, we looked at the reality of being able to stand this up actually in 1819. Not a likelihood. So I didn't want to ask for $700,000 for a program we don't even know if we can get off the ground. That being said, when we looked at it, there is a potential that we could start the program before the end of 1819. And so $350,000 would allow us to have money in our budget to go out and in earnest start looking with companies, start doing some research, and if we were to get to a place where we were ready to get the program moving forward in 1819, we would have the money in place to at least get some contracts going. This would not be the full year cost. The full year cost is estimated. I'm sorry?
Are there any grants available for?
There are some grants. There is some grant funding we're looking into. Yes, sir. There are issues that come with as is with most grant funding, there are stipulations and issues that come with that grant funding. We are looking at some of that funding right now. I'm not sure if it'll fit within the constraints of our county, but we are in fact looking at it. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Giacomini or the Sheriff's Department? Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. District Attorney.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, honorable board members, Mr. Leopold, and Mr. Cardin. It's my pleasure to discuss with you the proposed budget for the 2018-2019 budget year for the Placer County District Attorney's Office. Before we talk about what we're going to be getting into for this year, I'd be remiss if I didn't hit on some of the highlights of what you got for your money last year. And I've tried to focus a little bit on something from each one of the supervisorial districts. 2017 saw our office prosecute 5,582 convictions. Supervisor Montgomery, the Bracamonte case and the slaying of Placer County Sheriff's Deputy Mike Davis and Sacramento County Sheriff's Deputy Danny Oliver captured national headlines when it occurred and continues to capture headlines to this day. Since both Sacramento and Placer had jurisdiction over the matter, a novel approach where it was decided that the matter would be tried in Sacramento, but they would swear in two-time California Rural and Medium-Sized County Prosecutor of the Year, Placer County Supervising Deputy District Attorney Dave Tellman as a Sacramento County Deputy District Attorney. This allowed a team approach where both counties were represented in the prosecution. Mr. Tellman spent the better part of a year preparing and trying the case along with Sacramento Supervising Deputy District Attorney Rod Norgard. The result was a death penalty verdict and sentencing that concluded a couple weeks ago. Chairman Holmes, the murder of 58-year-old Placer County olive oil maker Carlos Yandolino by his son Robert Yandolino stunned our sleepy little town of Newcastle by his son, when it occurred. The matter was tried last year by my Assistant District Attorney Jeff Wilson and Senior Deputy District Attorney Jamie Smith. The jury found Robert Yandolino guilty in the shooting death and also found true the special circumstance allegations of lying in wait and murder for financial gain. Yandolino was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and a consecutive 25 years to life for the use of firearm, amongst other enhancements. Supervisor Wygant, Santa Clara County tried to have one of their sexually violent predators placed in rural Lincoln last year, asserting that Jessica's Law prevented placement within their community. This man, Daryl Shazier, had an extensive record of sexually violent offenses. The victims he hunted were teenage boys. Placer County Deputy District Attorney Gina Nargi, along with Placer County Sheriff's Detective Scott Alford, led the opposition against this placement in Lincoln. They thought outside the box in presenting the case. They weren't just satisfied with presenting the public outcry. They showed gaps in cell phone service, lengthy rural driveways with kids walking to catch buses, surrounding properties that made it inappropriate, like a Boy Scout camp. They left no stone unturned. At the end of the day, the Santa Clara judge agreed with us that placement at that location was inappropriate. But the work didn't stop there. DDA Nargi and Mr. Alford helped with legislation and education at the state level to help prevent this from occurring again. While the legislation wasn't enough, it's a start. They both deserve commendation for the amazing work they did in preventing this placement. Supervisor Euler, Victor Satizo, and Furman Gomez Puac were driving in Roseville when they picked up a victim who had been in a fight with her boyfriend. They drove her behind a restaurant, held her down while they took her pants off, and they raped her. She managed to get away and flee out of the car naked. They were stopped moments later with her nurse in plain view, with her purse in plain view in the vehicle. They were given a SART exam by the sexual assault response team of both the defendant and the victims. One defendant was sentenced to 9 years, the other 7. Supervisor Duran, local criminal Sammy Duran, was wanted on a parole violation, and when he saw Roseville officers and ICE agents, he shot the federal immigrations and customs agent in the leg with a semi-automatic handgun and ran. A gunfight ensued and eventually took cover in a house in Roseville where he shot a Roseville police officer in the face at close range. The matter was prosecuted by Assistant District Attorney Jeff Wilson and Supervising Deputy District Attorney Doug Van Bremen. He was found guilty of 3 counts of attempted murder on a peace officer and for discharging a weapon causing great bodily injury and sentenced to life in prison. Those are just a few of the many
And just for the record,
No relation. No relation. Yeah, I thought about that after I wrote it. This is just a few of the many cases handled by our office last year. In looking at our request for the upcoming year, you're going to find out it looks pretty much exactly like last year's. We've got some minor tinkering that we're going to do, and I'll work through those real quickly with you. In the area of capital improvements, our facility is in further need of office space to accommodate the legal and investigation staff. There are several locations where office space can be modified into enclosed offices, and we're looking at doing so. The budget impact is nominal, if any. We're looking for your approval. This is a one-time cost that we have the funds from the current budget to cover, and I believe the process is in progress with CEO approval. Fugitive witness apprehension and location project. Our office also intends on purchasing equipment used by law enforcement agencies to investigate crime and for the location of fugitives from justice. The technology is being used currently by agencies surrounding Placer County and has proven effective. The technology will be valuable and available to all law enforcement agencies in Placer County. This would require board approval given the estimated initial cost of the project. We do not anticipate this project having an impact on the county budget. The entire project will be a one-time cost financed by pre-existing asset forfeiture funds of approximately $250,000. There will be negligible ongoing costs for certifications and updates for the software programs. With regard to staffing issues, our Victim Services Unit assists in the neighborhood of 4,000 to 6,000 new victims every year. We need to expand this unit's staffing allocation. Our office has seen a dramatic increase in the number of multidisciplinary child interviews. This increase does not appear to be an anomaly. It is a result of the increase in use of MDIC and the use of the center to interview not just victims under the age of 14, but now includes those up to the age of 18. The increases in numbers have a dramatic impact on our Victim Services Unit. Each MDIC interview is attended by a victim advocate to support the victim and help their family through the process. Having an advocate present is standard practice and required for retaining the center's accreditation. It also helps us with grant funding. This required time the advocate spends at MDIC interviews subsequently leaves the unit short-staffed for other responsibilities that are required of the Victim Advocates Unit. This morning you approved a grant award to fund this position, so there are no impacts on the general fund. We're just looking for the allocation. To date, we've had someone in that allocation, but they're filling a vacant secretary allocation, so we're looking at just making the pot right, making it a victim advocate position. And we're looking at asking you to add that allocation. Within investigations, our investigations unit was involved in 9,274 requests for service. That equates to 38 per day. Part of the demand is reflected in our MDIC service request. Given the increased demand on our MDIC unit, our sexual assault response team, and the sexual assault cases, our office needs to add a permanent allocation for a supervising district attorney investigator position, replacing one current funded allocation for district attorney investigator. This would reflect the current status of our office as one district attorney investigator has been working out of class for more than 1 year, performing those duties. This position would supervise the operation of the MDIC and the sexual assault response team. In addition, this position would be responsible for public outreach and education. The position would also educate and train forensic interviewers from county and city agencies on the proper interviewing techniques of juvenile victims and witnesses. The position would also supervise district attorney investigators assigned to sexual assault investigations, as well as investigate cold cases involving sexual assaults. There will be minimal to no budget impact, given that we have a district attorney investigator assigned to that unit, and we're paying her out of class. We're also asking that you leave the vacated district attorney investigator allocation unfunded for now, while we continue to look for grant or other funding to help satisfy our need to find an investigator or interviewer who is experienced and skilled in the area of the forensic interviewing of minor victims and witnesses, consistent with the approved skills and techniques. As I mentioned to you, that unit's just been inundated with the amount of interviews that they're doing. We're looking at trying to come up with a cost-effective solution, and so we'd ask that you leave that DAI position unfunded. We look forward to working with the CEO's office and HR to explore and identify ways to come up with both the funding and the most cost-effective solution. With regards to staffing, management staffing, in 2010, with the support of the CEO's office, we looked at adding a third level of management. Because of the fiscal times in 2010 and 2011, in addition to the loss of several experienced folks to the bench and retirement, I elected not to pursue it. It's time. It has become clear that the growing administrative needs of our office and the increase in complex criminal cases has placed an unreasonable demand on the existing management structure that has been in place for over 20 years. Currently, there is myself, my Assistant District Attorney, Jeff Wilson, and then one layer of supervising district attorneys before we reach line staff. As I mentioned to you in the cases that I use as examples, you heard a lot of, two of those were handled by my Assistant District Attorney. Two of them were handled by supervising district attorneys. They are the most experienced trial attorneys in the county. Justice, our citizens, and our victims require they be available to handle the most complex cases that hit our system. They also have to be available to train less experienced attorneys so they'll be able to handle these types of matters. Even their supervision responsibilities require them to be in court to monitor what is happening with our staff, the defense bar, and the courts. Unfortunately, when our supervising DDAs are in trial working on these complex cases, the ADA has a responsibility of assuming the role of supervising that unit in addition to his responsibilities as the ADA. In addition to handling his current caseload, when the supervisors are in trial or working on these cases, it also impedes the supervisor's ability to complete their supervisory duties, such as scheduling evaluations, hiring, training, and the like. An additional burden has been placed on our office is adapting to the recent changes in the criminal justice policies in the state. With each change, our office has taken steps to adapt to these changes. The only increases in staffing has been one DDA position that's funded by AB 109 funds from the state. All other impacts have been absorbed by the current staffing up to this point, and we are no longer able to absorb these burdens without negatively impacting our office's productivity. One example of this is the amount of post-conviction work as a result of various propositions. Prop 57 has placed the burden on our office to respond to a defendant's request for early release from prison. What we found is these defendants' requests, these responses will continue annually. Defendants requesting relief are typically convicted of serious crimes and have serious criminal histories. Each of those responses have been prepared by a supervising DDA in addition to their normal duties. Because there will be new defendants eligible to apply for early release, and because these defendants, even when denied the first time, may reapply annually for release, this will be a reoccurring burden upon our office. This is just one example of the many demands placed on the management team. The proposed solution is to change the current structure to add a position of Chief Assistant DA and a second allocation for ADA. The first ADA will assist the Chief Assistant District Attorney in the administrative needs of the office, in addition to the oversight of the special prosecution units of our office. The other ADA will assist the Chief Assistant District Attorney with the oversight of the primary criminal prosecution units of our office. After filling the current supervisor's allocations, the new management structure will give our office sufficient administrative staff to manage the office and provide adequate oversight of the criminal prosecutions in our county, particularly when you have situations like this year where my ADA, Jeff Wilson, handled one triple homicide, the Sammy Durand case, and the Andolino case, and my felony supervisor was involved with the Bracamontes case for the entire year. So you've got no lines of authority. It's just too thin. It will also make our management structure consistent with surrounding counties of similar size. While we are still working on budget impact and finalizing those numbers with HR, we anticipate minimal budget impact due to the defending of an admin legal supervisor position as well as a deputy district attorney position. Again, this is an overview of our goals for this calendar year, 2018-2019. The cost, this fiscal year, the cost of the proposals will have little impact on the budget given the associated costs do not exceed our budget surplus in any of the last 6 budget years. While I pointed out cases that either arose or concluded within your supervisorial district, I am sure you noticed that those cases cross jurisdictional boundaries. We continue to look for new ways to collaborate and work with our criminal justice partners, both inside and outside the county. The Placer County District Attorney's Office is committed to keeping our community safe. One exciting item coming up that we'll be presenting for you in the next few weeks is a potential partnership between Sac State, Placer County Health and Human Services, and the Placer County District Attorney's Office to evaluate how we are handling cases involving seniors and what we can do as a community to prevent them from becoming victims. It's an exciting partnership, and we look forward to exploring it in the upcoming weeks and months. And as I wind this down, I know you guys are looking shocked because I haven't mentioned the crime lab. I'm going to mention the crime lab. You've seen what happened with the East Area rapist. You're seeing what's happening around this country with new technology. You saw 4 district attorneys from various counties speak out about the amazing work done by the Sacramento Crime Lab in solving that case. I'm going to continue to show you, in the upcoming months, I'm going to continue to show you why a Placer County Crime Lab would revolutionize the way we do business. I'm going to continue to show you why it's important for defendants to have quick results so that they can begin the process of dealing with their addiction so that we don't see them again. I'm going to continue to show you how we can reduce crime by solving crime quicker through the use of emerging technologies. And I'm going to continue to try and convince you that we can reduce our court appearances and trials by quicker lab results. Finally, I'm going to continue to show you why the value of a crime lab far exceeds the approximate 1% it will add to our criminal justice budget to run it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Duran.
Yes, thank you, DA Owens, for your presentation. Just wanted to follow up with you. I know that a couple of months ago we approved a grant, your joint working with the federal government. You sent two of your attorneys to work on fraud cases. Just kind of wanted to quick and dirty on how that's going.
The short answer is swimmingly. We're hoping to come and present to you guys in the upcoming weeks the success that team is having in general. It's going great. They're out there. They're uncovering crimes that we've never even investigated before. And I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I'm looking forward to presenting their successes to this board. And okay. We very much appreciate your decision.
Look forward to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Any questions from board members? Very concise. Thank you.
Thank you,
District Attorney. Appreciate it.
I told Ms. Sampson I'd keep it close.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hopper. There we go.
I'll start over.
Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you? I'm Marshall Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer. I'm here today with my Senior ASO, Chris Artem, my Assistant Chief Probation Officer, David McManus, in the back of the room as well. And today we're here to give our presentation and provide some key points regarding an overview of our department and our supplemental requests. I will let Chris Artem go ahead and take it at this point to kick this off, and I will conclude at the end.
All right.
Good afternoon. As our first slide illustrates, 95% of probation's funding comes from a combination of state and federal funding and general fund support. Fees for service and fund balance account for the remaining 5%. Fees for juveniles were eliminated by a law change this past January. Fees from adult offenders currently are trending with slight annual growth, driven mainly by increases in alternative sentencing and pretrial offenders. Our state and federal revenues are currently experiencing slight annual increases, but are susceptible to any economic shifts. We also expect a reduced ability to generate positive fund balance beyond our budgeted target moving forward, as for the first time in the 17 years I've been with the department, we have no funded vacancies. Our next slide provides you a snapshot of where probation dollars are spent by program. As you may note, with 9 programs in total, over 50% of our spending is accounted for through adult supervision and detention and treatment of the youth we serve. Our 4 mandated programs, adult supervision, detention and treatment of youth, and adult and juvenile court services, account for approximately 70% of the department's expenditures. The remaining 30% of the expenses probation incurs to operate are through programs designed to provide alternatives to custody or to help county residents make lifelong changes and avoid criminal justice system involvement in their future. This slide, which depicts the annual number of funded allocations in probation, demonstrates the management control we strive to exercise in all areas of operations. You'll note in fiscal year 17, probation came forward with the suggestion to defund 5 allocated positions due to changes in our juvenile detention facility population trends. Typically, added positions are requested for only a few reasons: law changes requiring more staff to comply, increases to the numbers of those we supervise, or some combination of the two that, for efficiency's sake, require a redistribution of offenders among staff. At this time, we're monitoring and documenting the impacts from Prop 63, which requires probation to detail firearm possession by offenders, in order to better understand how to meet that mandate and whether the impact is great enough to require a request for additional staffing. As has been the case over the last few years, our fiscal projections anticipate probation to finish this fiscal year with revenues at or near budget and expenditures managed and coming in at approximately $1 million less than budgeted. Our cost avoidance is derived equally from vacancies and funded allocations maintained at the start of this fiscal year but currently filled as previously mentioned, and a reduction in services and supplies. And unless you have any questions on anything I've presented to this point, I'd like to turn this over to Chief Probation Officer Marshall Hopper, who will cover the remaining information.
I see no questions.
Great, thank you. At this point, I'd like to discuss our supplemental requests outlined in our 18-19 budget. Now, to fully understand the impacts of the items requested, we've developed a high-level summary, which I believe you all should have a copy in front of you at this point. There's also copies in the back of the room for any members of the public as well. This summary provides some critical information regarding our key operations, which includes our mandated services and our non-mandated services. You know, these documents help us with our criminal justice trends as things change and help us become a data-driven organization. The summary is transparent to the public, our stakeholders, and it's going to provide us direction as we continue to move forward in the future. Now, in reviewing our information in the summary and the services that we provide, our services are a mixture of public safety, offender accountability, and rehabilitative measures, which clearly fall in line with the board's priorities at our recent strategic planning discussions. Now, in reviewing our supplemental package, I think it's important to note that all of these items that we've requested revolve around a changing criminal justice system, unfunded mandates that we now have responsibility to take care of, and also just general trends and changes throughout our supervision of offenders, which is outlined in our business plan. Now, to break down our supplemental package even further, reducing salary savings is requested in order to continue our progress in adult services, specifically adult court, and the new non-funded mandates regarding Proposition 63, Chris mentioned earlier, which is the relinquishment of firearms. The short version of that is probation officers are now expected and mandated to investigate individuals that have firearms registered to them who have been convicted of felonies and some misdemeanor cases as well. The document provided to you clearly outlines the 303 cases that we've received in the first quarter alone. In addition, regarding the salary savings, I think it's important to note we mentioned being fully staffed for the first time that I can ever recall. We need to be able to maintain that ability so we can continue our progress with our programs, both non and mandated programs as well. Second item talks about our new supervising probation officer position requested. We're requesting this position, which will help us stabilize the impacts of Prop 63 in the adult court unit by leaving a senior probation officer there. It'll also help us with our overall supervision services, our increased demands from parole realignment, from different types of cases that come to us, and the different types of outreaches that we are doing. We are currently have a probation officer assigned to almost every law enforcement agency in Placer County with the exception of Rockland PD, and we are looking at doing that in the near future. Because even though we have different color uniforms, we still work in the same community, and together, community supervision makes our community safer. And that's the goal of that outreach, is becoming more of a cohesive unit with our law enforcement partners. Now, in my opinion, these first two items are critical because without approval, we will have to seriously consider what reductions we need to look at. And if I have to compare between non-mandated and mandated functions, the one left out would be the mandated or the non-mandated functions, which would include potential losses or loss of staffing in alternative sentencing, pretrial services, and juvenile early intervention services. The third item regarding security updates, we're requesting funding to place metal detectors in each of our offices so we have the ability to help keep our staff safe. You'll note in your business summary In one quarter alone, we have over 5,000 office appointments come through our units each quarter. And all of those individuals are seeing probation for a reason, either because they're currently pending court or because they're convicted felons or they're individuals on probation. Now, the remaining two requests, upgrading our staff services analyst to a senior position and purchasing a new case management system, are also directly related to the business packet that I provided to you earlier. Because moving towards a data-driven system will help us increase our ability to capture more information, to analyze our organization to make sure that we're doing the right thing, to make sure that I'm coming before the board and asking for the right things for the right reasons, and also to help us keep up with the changes in our justice system. This will help us provide the tools that we need to make adjustments for the trends and changes as they encounter our justice system. Now, the bottom line, a couple stats for you. Our probation management team provides oversight and direction to a very complex criminal justice organization. Our services range, as you can see through the business plan, from court services, pretrial services, alternative sentencing, community supervision, juvenile services, and our juvenile detention facility. Currently, our probation department supervises over 3,700 offenders granted probation in Placer County. And last quarter alone, I will note that that's 90 days, we conducted over 4,400 home contacts, 5,600 office contacts, 2,500 probation searches, 2,000 drug tests, and arrested over 100 individuals for various violations of probation and or new charges. Bringing balance into the system. One of my favorite words as a probation officer, having the ability to hold people accountable, but provide them services at the same time. We also manage over 650 offenders enrolled in counseling programs. At the same time, an additional 200 offenders enrolled into our full-service reentry program and construction training program. So as you can see, our management team and probation officers do an outstanding job with this balanced approach, because we understand that providing services coincided with appropriate supervision is the key to a successful reentry program. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting consideration and approval of our proposed budget along with our supplemental request. And thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Any questions for Mr. Hopper? I see none. Thank you.
That was easy.
Yeah, you're doing
Come on,
good.
you got something?
Good job.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
Marshall. Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon. Chair Holmes, members of the board, I'm Troy Held, your Director of Child Support Services, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm going to turn this over to our senior ASO, Jeff Thompson, who's going to lead you through the slides. And if you have any questions afterwards, I'm more than happy to answer those, as well as Jeff.
All right. Thanks, Troy.
Fast. Good afternoon, Chair Holmes and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Thompson, and I have the privilege to be the Senior Administrative Services Officer for Child Support Services. Child Support administers a Federal Social Security Act Title 4D program, and we work with parents and guardians to establish a financial partnership in support of the children. In 2017, we collected over $25 million, which is a 37% increase over 2012. For every $1 spent in our program, we collect $4.12, which is a good cost effectiveness, which is actually $1.60 more for the statewide average. Our dedicated, hardworking staff review each of the 7,200 cases annually, and as you can see on the slide, we are continually recognized for our successes, and we'll be back in June once the item is agendized to celebrate these successes with you. Child Support Services is federally and state funded, 66% and 34% respectively, and also have a county general fund safety net of nearly $60,000. Since 2001, statewide child support budgets have remained static. But there's currently a budget work group that's that's developing a proposal for a new program allocation methodology based on cases per full-time equivalent positions. If this proposal is adopted in the state's budget, Placer anticipates an allocation increase of $170,000 in the first year, so it's very good news for us. In 2014, we completed a staffing plan as a guide to right-size the department and perform to a maximum. But as cost rose, it increased the challenge to continue to spend within the allocation and not spend the county general fund safety net. As far as full-time equivalent employees in our department, we are going to remain at 47 full-time positions, and over the past 5 years, we've added only 2 case managers to right-size our department. From 2001 to 2015, child support spent within the state allocation received no county general fund support, as none was needed at that time. As costs increased with a static allocation, it became imperative to have a safety net in case costs exceeded the allocation, and last year was the first year that child support had a county fund allocation, and for that we thank you. County general funds spent in the child support program can be matched with federal financial participation at a rate of 2 to 1, so the current $60,000 of county funds can be turned into $180,000, which is great for our program. Last fiscal year, the department's entire allocation was spent, and we were able to do this with the county safety net we did receive, which none was spent at that time. In the current fiscal year, we're anticipating the same thing, spend our entire allocation, but none of the general fund. Next fiscal year is a bit of a different story. The department has no supplemental requests, but anticipates that this new funding methodology is not adopted, and the department will spend all the allocation plus the county general safety net, in which we'll match with the federal financial participation at 2 to 1. And with that, we'll respond to any questions you might have.
Any questions from board members?
No, just a comment. Thanks, Troy, for bringing this forward. During the year, as I'm a practicing attorney, and I do run into some folks that have to deal with your department every once in a while, and they've always had good things to say about your information. Whenever they call, they get calls back. They've been very, you're very interactive with them, and I generally appreciate, the service that you provide.
So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Holmes and members of the board. Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. Very pleased to be here this afternoon to provide you with a brief summary of our budget for the budget year 2018-2019. As a bit of an overview, we actually are, let's see, do we have any slides? We are your largest department in terms of both budget and personnel. We're responsible for the oversight and administration of all county health and human services programs, in addition to animal services. And before we jump into budget numbers, I thought it would be good to just go over a couple of priorities. We've reviewed these with your board on a number of occasions, but homelessness continues to be one of our top priorities. And in the upcoming year, we will be working to engage individuals, to move them into recovery services, and to move them into permanent housing. We're continuing to work with Sutter Health Foundation to identify additional resources to purchase new housing so we can continue to move forward. Medi-Cal Administrative Activities, also known as MAW, this is a program we participate in. It allows us to leverage federal funds for programming that has to do with the planning of services for the Medi-Cal population or any type of outreach and enrollment activities. So we plan to expand our participation to better leverage dollars, but we also plan to grow this program to engage our community partners, such as family resource centers, so that they can get reimbursed for some of the services that they perform on a daily basis that they're not currently reimbursed for. Drug Medi-Cal expansion, this is also known as the Organized Delivery System. This is a Medi-Cal waiver program, which will allow us to increase the services we provide for drug treatment It will allow us to provide detox services, but also inpatient services. And we hope to move forward with implementation on this either late summer or early in the fall. Our child welfare continuum of care reform continues as we move away from a system that has traditionally been based on congregate care to one that's really moving towards providing more opportunities for family-based care for children and youth in our foster care system. Mobile Crisis is another program that's expanding. In 1819, we recently received 2 grants, one to expand our existing adult program, but we also have a grant to expand what we do on the children's side and essentially mimic what we're doing on the adult side. And then finally, the consolidated HHS Auburn space, we continue to work with facilities and go forward with planning to replace our 75-year-old facilities at the DeWitt Center. So I only listed a couple of challenges here that we face. In-home support services is the program that provides in-home supports to individuals that are aged and or disabled to keep them living at home semi-independently and avoid the use of residential care. The state and the counties moved to a new funding methodology last year, which really shifted much of the burden of funding to counties. And we're able to handle that shift in this year's budget and also next year's budget. But in 1920, we will see an increase in that program of about $1.8 million due to an increase in our MOE of 7% and a reduction of general fund support from the state. The good news is that CSAC has named this one of their top priorities, and they are going to be negotiating directly with the administration to see if they can come up with a revised methodology a bit more favorable for counties. The other potential threat is Medi-Cal and Medicaid expansion. These threats are on the federal level. Number of proposals last year to essentially restrict the future growth to Medi-Cal and consider rolling back the Medicaid expansion to single adults. In Placer County, we actually have the lowest Medi-Cal percentage of any county in the state. About 18% of our residents use Medi-Cal to cover their medical needs. So even though we're the lowest percentage in the state, we still have 60,000 residents that take advantage of that program, and that's 1 out of every 3 children. So any reductions to that program would certainly have impact on our residents. So in terms of our primary sources of revenue, number 1, our federal funding. Realignment is another form of state funding along with other state funding. And then our last major source is county general fund. 82% of our funding is state, federal, fees, or grants. And you can see to the right of the slide some of the programs that are funded either with a combination of funds or specific federal or state funding. In terms of expenditures, you can see that our largest expenditure category is for salaries and benefits, closely followed by services and supplies. The $71 million category, services and supplies, about $50 million of that are for contracts with profit or not-for-profit organizations to provide services directly in our county. And then under other charges, a lot of those charges are direct payments that we make to IHSS providers, to CalWORKS families, public assistance, to families that have adopted children through our child welfare system, through payments to foster care families, and our housing choice voucher payments for our low-income population that's able to take advantage of the housing program. We also have a contract slightly less than $8 million with the California Forensic Medical Group for inmate medical services. This is a graph that shows our positions and growth and decreases over time. I will say that in 2004, 2005, we had over 800 funded positions, and we're proposing 734 positions in this current budget. You can see that's exactly the same number we had in 2013-14. You know, we really strive hard to run our programs like a business and really search for the most sustainable business model to provide services. As such, in the past couple of years, we've looked at programs and found other alternatives that we thought were more cost beneficial, but also high quality service delivery models. And so we moved those forward, and we actually shut 2 clinics down and transferred services over to Western Sierra Medical Clinic. we shuttered our children's receiving home. And in the past year, we regionalized our public health lab services with Sacramento County. But on the flip side, realizing a need to supplement homeless services, we successfully put an application in and were awarded funds to expand our homelessness programming through whole person care and added positions. And that really has a budget in this next budget year of about $6 million of services to be provided to our residents. So we try to be nimble, but we try to be very cognizant of running a business-like organization and keeping our position requests to a reasonable number. This is the final slide, budget to actual projected variance. We're due to spend about 94% of our budget. That translates in at the end of the year to an estimated $2 million return of general fund to the larger county general fund. This is very consistent with our performance over the last 5 years. We've always returned dollars to the general fund. And then what's probably music to your ears is I have no supplemental requests for you to consider. So if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
Any questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Whoa, so close.
So close. I just want to take the opportunity to say how much I appreciate all the work that you and your team has put into this incredibly vast array of services that you provide. And I know it can be really overwhelming, and I'm sure there are some days you think to yourself, why the heck did I ever leave Nevada County? But thank you for leaving Nevada County, and thank you for coming to Placer. And please, I think, pass all our thanks along to your whole team, because you guys just provide incredible service.
Well, let me just say that I'm very happy I came to Placer County, and we have an incredible team that does incredible work, very dedicated, innovative people, and so it's an honor to work with them. That's all I will say.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Susie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, CEO, Mr. Leopold. I appreciate the opportunity to come. This is my first time, so please bear with me. Definitely not first time presenting, but first time here. So it's very short and sweet. After that very large program, this is a very small one. So we're just going to do an overview of the 18-19 proposed budget, and we're going to kind of focus on some of the program and services that we provide. You can see that most of our budget is actually personnel, and the other large portion of it is just services and supplies. Some of the programs that we help fulfill are having the veterans come in and we fill out the paperwork to get them their services through the VA. A hospital, their VA compensation, VA pension, there's widow's pension. Some of the services are this California State College fee waiver. We assist the students, their dependents in processing that paperwork. California driver's license, getting the veteran on that. We have to process paperwork for that they have to submit to DMV. We do outreach to public events, and we also provide advocacy to state, local, and to the community. So specifically, the California tuition fee waiver, this is a huge benefit to the dependents of the veterans. It allows them to attend college in the state of California tuition free. That's just the state mandatory fees. They do have to supplement their own books and some of the administrative fees. Since July of 2017, we've processed 172 of those. We've granted 172 of those benefits. So that means that we've got more educated children coming into the world. Some of the other programs and services, we've processed 253 applications to have, again, that veteran status placed on the California driver's license. And this is beneficial. The state decided to do this in sometimes there was a conflict of interest. Some of the veterans have PTSD, and so when they get pulled over and they're asked for their driver's license, having that veteran placed on that driver's license makes the officer aware, and it kind of allows them to approach them in a different manner. So, and we help process those. They come in, they bring their DD-214s, we fill out the paperwork, put our stamp on it, and then they go give their money to the state. 36, we process 36 widows for either burial for their veteran, help them process the paper for the burial, the dependency indemnity compensation, which provides the widow with money through the month based on the service connection of the veteran, and then the widow's pension benefit as well. We process 16 applications for health care. That's getting the veterans off the community system and into the federal system so that they can get their health care through the VA, either at Mather, McClellan, or up in Auburn or Reno. We also assist the veterans in filing appeals if they get their decisions back and they're not really happy with what the VA has provided them. We also provide assistance in going through the appeals process. The first step is at the local level, which would be Oakland or Sacramento, and then the second step would be actually having a teleconference with a judge in Washington, D.C. So we do assist them and guide them through that process. And then a bulk of, now mind you, we have 4 full-time staff and we're down a body. So we've seen since January of this year over 3,000 walk-in people. We're seeing an average of 434 people a month, and that's 22 per day. So it's a lot. Sacramento is, we're taking soaking up about 20% of that is Sacramento community people because they're not being able to receive the customer service that they would like to. The office has been down. There's been some reconstruction, so we've kind of been filling that void for Sacramento County. We also participate in various committees, advisory councils, and community networking groups. We've worked with the district attorney's office, with the adult protection services, as far as veterans benefits and what we can assist with that. There's another adult committee that we work with, the Veterans Treatment Court. I also appear in Veterans Treatment Court to help that. So there's a number of things that we also do in the community. And that's it. Any questions?
Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much for the excellent job that you're doing for our veterans. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. It's time for the Farm Advisor report. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm Cindy Fake, and I'm the Farm Advisor Department Head, as well as the University of California Cooperative Extension County Director and Farm Advisor. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Farm Advisor Department. I know many of you are familiar with it, but it is a very unique partnership between Placer County and the University of California, as well as some support from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So Placer County provides our facilities, administrative support, some program support, mileage, and supply budget. And UC provides advisors like myself, our program staff, and program funds. So our mission of the Farm Advisor Department, UC Cooperative Extension, is to serve our county residents through research and extension of knowledge in 5 program areas: 4-H and youth development, horticulture and small farms, livestock and natural resources, our Master Gardener volunteer program, and our nutrition education program. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about a few accomplishments in those programs over the last year. So we're probably best known for the 4-H program, and one of the programs within the 4-H that reaches a lot of young people in the county is the embryology program. We provide chicken eggs, incubators, and training to teachers throughout the county, and they do an embryology program in the school, and in 17-18 it reached over 47 youth with hands-on animal science. Another big program within 4-H is the summer camp program, and data that we collected from teen summer camp staff showed significant improvement in their ability to work as a team member, planning programs, and teaching others. So the youth development programs are pretty important to our younger county residents. Nutrition education, we do both youth and adult nutrition education, and our UC Cal Fresh program is the youth program, and it delivered nutrition education to elementary and preschool youth, primarily in low-income schools in 122 classrooms. And they deliver education as well as do tastings of fresh fruits and vegetables to encourage kids to eat their fruits and vegetables. And adult classes in nutrition, 90% of the adults who participated reported that they would eat foods from all 5 food groups within the next week. So the programs have some pretty good impacts. Other programs, horticulture and small farms, those are my programs. We serve about 780 farmers in Placer and Nevada counties. And 91% of our farm business training participants reported their farms or ranches to be profitable as compared to the USDA Ag Census number of 24% of all Placer farms being profitable. So business training makes a huge difference. Our livestock and natural resources program provided training to livestock producers on production and grazing for more than 100 sheep, goat, and beef cattle producers, resulting in improved resource management as well as better animal welfare. And our Placer County Master Gardener program has a hotline, and in 2017, they had 295 calls to the hotline, which is the highest number they've ever had. And in addition, 310 local gardeners learned about gardening and composting at the Master Gardener's annual garden fair event. So we're reaching a lot of county residents with our programs. How do we do that? So the county supports us with about $550,000 in our budget annually, and we leverage that with UC funds. What comes directly from UC is about $1.4 million. We get about $125,000 from the federal government. Another about $160,000 other UC funds and revenue, and a lot of what an advisor's job is to write grants and get funding for the programs. So in 17-18, we got about $650,000 in competitive grants and contracts, as well as about $84,000 in other revenues. So we leverage what the county gives us, and you get 5 times the services beyond what you pay for. So we expect similar or slightly less UC funding for 18-19, and our grant and contract funding may be slightly reduced, 9 or 10%, but that will not change services. We'll just do it a little more tightly, using a little bit less money. So to get into some of the details of the budget, we went from a very large department to a much smaller department, and we're even smaller. So most of these numbers are not large numbers. Our biggest cost for the county is in our salaries and employee benefits, which is in our proposed budget $320,540. Services and supplies, which are things that are needed to deliver the programs that we do. There's a slight increase in that, up to $210,631 in the proposed 18-19 budget. Our A87 costs are going down. In 17-18, we had some capital improvements, and that was a one-time expense, so that's not in the 18-19 proposed budget. So our budget for 18-19 is $543,739, which is a little less than 17-18, primarily because of some reductions and the not having the capital improvements. So our request is to continue funding for 3 existing clerical positions. It's a little bit of an increase, just over $14,000. Some other increased costs are maintenance services for our aging building, a small 5% increase for the Master Gardener Coordinator, which is paid, 50% of it's paid by Placer, 50% by Nevada. And then an increase in costs for IT services for me to have access to the new county systems for timesheets, payroll, budgets, etc. And a little bit more for county vehicle mileage because we have more program people delivering programs. We do have one very small supplemental request, which is for a cell phone for me as the department head. So I'm not using my personal cell phone for county business. So there won't be any changes in programs or services, but there's a few increased costs. But overall, the budget is a little bit lower than it was last year. And that's the Farm Advisor Department, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions? I don't see any, Cindy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You betcha. Keep up the
Appreciate
good
it.
work.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board. My name is Josh Hunsinger. I'm your Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. And glad to be here today to present a little update on our current year budget and our proposed 18-19 budget as well. Just to start off with, we are maintaining and in the midst of all of our core regulatory programs, which are mandated programs, including pesticide regulation. One of the things going on with that program is we've, over the last couple of years, been implementing a new GIS-based pesticide permitting program. Literally 5 or 6 years ago, we were using a DOS-based program, and now, believe it or not, and now we have a really state-of-the-art GIS-based permitting program for pesticide use that's really even become a tool we can share with Cedra and stuff. We have some really good crop mapping and stuff we're doing with that. We also have a mandate to buffer agricultural pesticide use around schools, and that's a new program that just came into play January of this year, and so we're getting up to speed on that. Invasive species pest prevention is the second of our core mandated regulatory programs. That's such things as the Asian citrus psyllid medfly, preventing those, and we're continuing to work on that. We have our summer program with our extra help detection trapper staff up and running. And then, of course, we have our consumer protection programs, including our weights and measures, our farmers markets, our organic programs. One of the things we're looking at coming online very soon is new regulations regarding electric vehicle charging stations. Right now, there's no uniform regulations on how electrical vehicle charging is charged to the customer and what kinds of equipment are mandated to be used. So we anticipate that the state will develop new regulations very soon, and we'll have to be taking on a new workload to test those and make sure that the customer is getting what they're paying for. In addition to those core mandated regulatory programs, we also, of course, have our ag marketing program. I anticipate bringing back to your board in approximately August timeframe an update on our ag marketing program for the year. We have our wildlife services program consisting of 3 full-time county employees who work everywhere from Tahoe bears to Roseville beavers to skunks in between, helping everybody from homeowners to public works to our various city partners with their wildlife conflicts and resolving those. And then, of course, I'm very involved as well in a variety of different land use issues affecting agriculture and the county. So to cover a few of the long-term priorities we're focused on, we're just really looking at the workload impacts of future county growth. As you're aware, there's over, I believe, the numbers somewhere in the neighborhood of excess of 40,000 approved rooftops right now sitting ready to go, and just kind of, you know, we're doing okay with the staff we have now, but just kind of looking at potential triggers that might require enough workload to require more staff. It's kind of counterintuitive that as we lose production agriculture in the county, the agriculture department's workload actually increases due to the regulatory work we do with everything from grocery stores, gas stations, nurseries, additional pest control businesses, and whatnot. So it's kind of counterintuitive, but our population growth actually results in workload increase. As you're very aware, employee costs are another thing that's driving. I think that's been a consistent theme today. We have a bit of a classification study going on with with HR, and they're assisting us to look at some potential classification changes that may eventually lead to some additional salary changes as well. That's not in this proposed budget, but something in the long term. Revenue outlook, I'll speak a little more detail on that in a second, but there's some potential to really change some kind of game-changing revenue that may or may not materialize. I'll touch on that in a second. And then lastly, as Cindy Fake, our farm advisor, just mentioned, we are, I think facilities told me, in one of the poorest condition legacy barracks buildings, the DeWitt Center, that any employees still occupy. So kind of looking towards the future and what's the best way to go forward? Do we put money into our existing building, knowing that it's probably got a relatively short lifespan into the future, versus waiting a little bit longer, maybe exploring some options to creatively partner with some other groups and get what I'd like to call, kind of an agricultural service center, where we enhance that collaboration that already exists by having the farm advisor and ag commissioner in the same building, and maybe expand that out to RCD and NRCS and some other partners, maybe that would even generate some income as tenants in such a building. So those are just a few of the things we're looking at in the long term. Brief update on our current year budget. Our expenditures are trending about 8% below budget for the year, so that's positive. We're running under budget a little bit. Likewise, our revenues to date, we've already realized about 90% of the revenues we budgeted for the year, so we're really tracking very solidly there, and I anticipate we will come in a little bit above budgeted revenue. And then on staffing, we are fully staffed in our 14 allocated FTEs, and just of note there, I think some departments are still maybe in a situation where they're experiencing that turnover of retirements, and I would say that silver wave, if you will, has already crested, and we really have a pretty young, energetic staff that's already kind of turned over from some of those longer-term employees. So we're making up for some of the loss in institutional knowledge. We're hopefully making up in new, energetic employees who are really excited about their jobs, so it's pretty cool. Moving on to our proposed 18-19 budget, it's $2.7 million, relatively similar to last year's budget. We did have a couple of items fall out last year, but that was made up for kind of one-time expenditures, which were made up for some of the salary increases due to the recent labor contract and some other employee costs. So as you can see, almost 3/4 of our budget is salaries and benefits there. Service and supplies makes up the bulk of the remainder. The two big ticket items, I guess, or largest buckets in service and supplies would be county vehicle mileage. We are a very field-oriented department. My staff is rarely in the office. They're out doing work throughout the county, and so we have quite a bit of vehicle mileage. And then the ag marketing program is the other large ticket item within services and supplies. On the revenue side, we have a little more diversity, but overall, a couple of significant things. The first is our number one single source of revenue is actually unclaimed gas tax. And so everyone's aware of that, but that's basically, there's a portion of gasoline tax which is calculated by Caltrans, and it's basically what they consider to be off-highway gasoline use, which is not, gasoline taxes, of course, for road maintenance, and when it's used off-highway, it's not really has an impact on the road. So actually, there's some provision in the law that actually allocates that money to the agricultural commissioners, believe it or not. And so that is our largest single source of revenue, and that represents about 35% of our revenue. As you're aware, with SB1, that resulted in a pretty significant increase in the amount of gas tax. And of course, now we're cautiously planning on what kind of an impact that might have, while at the same time being very aware that there's a repeal effort out there. And so what we're doing right now is working on that to say if some additional revenues would materialize, having a game plan in place, but really putting any official budget requests on hold until November when we understand, kind of the fate of that SB1 revenue. So that's where we're at on that. So it's a pretty status quo number there on gas tax. Some of the other large buckets, pesticide mill assessment, that is the largest single source of funding for our pesticide regulatory program. And then we have our weights and measures device registration fees, which we collect on all of the commercial weighing and measuring devices in the county. So those are some of the big ones. On the device registration fees, that bill does sunset. The authority for that fee sunsets this year. We're actively working with CEO staff and our county advocates to ensure that there's a bill going through to extend that sunset and actually adjust some of the fees to get closer to full cost recoveries. So those are a few things on revenue. I believe the last slide is our Fish and Game Commission. I mentioned that because that is a separate fund from the general fund. That's Fund 130. It is exactly the same numbers as you've seen in the past. The general fund contribution covers the operational expenses, the per diem and mileage reimbursement, and the cost of having a secretary for that commission. And then the monies, the court fines are collected. We budget at $5,000. However, the actual amount that's given out through those grants, consistent with the Fish and Game Code, is dependent on the amount of fine monies that actually materialize. So that's those numbers are ones that you've seen for, I believe, a number of years now. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? I see none, Josh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Good afternoon. Steve Pedretti, Director of Community Development Resource Agency. Very happy to be able to talk to you directly today. Start. All right, CEDRA. We're organized pretty much as you'd expect with the development agency. We start with the planning department, which is the planning entitlement. It's the first step in the development process. Second step would be building civil improvements. That's our engineering and surveying division. Once you have that done, you go vertical and start putting up buildings. That would be our building services division. We also have a Tahoe satellite office. We have a one-person Placer County conservation program, which is our long-range planning program, which hopefully will be concluded within the next fiscal year. And of course, our administration group, which includes the county's GIS, Geographic Information System. I'm trying to show some of the trends that we have, workload trends. I think your board is well aware of the fact that there's been an uptick in development over the past couple of years, and we are seeing that. This, while you can't read this here, I actually have copies that I'll pass forward. Excuse me. Well, you can't read the project names. This is our Gantt chart showing the major planning projects that we're working on now. And so I show this just to show the volume of work that we have. Everything you see up there in purple and green represents an environmental impact report that we're working on. You can see there are a lot of projects. So these are the planning projects, the major planning projects. We have a lot of smaller ones as well. Currently, we have 16 environmental impact reports that we're involved in, 43 mitigated negative declarations, and 37 pre-development meetings that we conducted in the past 12 months. So we've got a lot going on. This is my attempt to show workload versus staffing over the past 10 years. If you go back to 2008, the blue line, if you look at the numbers on the left, represents the number of total planning applications. Now, not all planning applications are equal. Some are a lot more work than others. But in general, I think this is indicative. It's an indicator of the workload that we've had over the past 12 years. You can see during the recession, we had a lot fewer planning applications. I superimposed, looking with the scale on the right, the staffing, the funded positions that we had in planning over that time period. If we start them at about the same place, we had, I think, 41 positions in planning back in 2008. We currently have 22. So you can see with the workload going back up, we have many fewer positions than we've had. We're not asking for a lot of positions at this point in planning. I think we've got a couple on there that are fairly low priority, but this is just to show what we're up against. Engineering and surveying, this one I think I may have shown you before. This is a graph of each of the years since 2008, looking at the cumulative improvement plan check fees that come in. So if you go back to 2008, the blue line represents 2008. We had over $800,000 worth of improvement plan check fees that year, which shows relatively the workload. You can see all the lines on the bottom, all the different colors. Those are for the years during the recession. The red line represents this year. We're not back up to the mid-2000 level, but we're certainly much more significant. About twice what we had anticipated this year has come in. And I was informed yesterday that one of the properties within Placer Vineyards specific plan will be submitting 10 sets of improvement plans between now and September. So we see more growth coming there. Trying to do the same thing with the workload and staffing. The blue line represents the number of hours that were performed working on improvement plans for the past 10 years. The green line is engineering surveying's environmental reviews, the total number of applications touches, if you will. Again, not a totally scientific number, but it shows the trend. And you can also see the red line is the staffing that has also gone down over time. But we're starting to come back up a little bit. Building services. There are different ways to look at the workload in building. The number of permits actually is not as good a measure as inspection stops. With the number of building permits is going up about 20% in the Auburn area over the past 4 years is attributable to the solar permits. And we're not sure that's a little bit of a bump, but that will continue over time. The inspection stops, the number of times you go out and physically go to a location, have an inspection, we think is the best measure. So this shows, the blue line shows in Tahoe, which has been fairly steady over the past several years. The green line represents Auburn, and then yellow is the total. And again, superimposing this one, the total inspection stops for the division with our staffing that went from 47, I believe, down to 23, if I have the numbers correct, staff over that time period. So we have many fewer staff that are trying to get this done, the workload done. I know that Contractors Association of Tahoe Truckee has been speaking to board members on the issues that we've had with inspections up in Tahoe. This is meant to show a comparison between Auburn and Tahoe. If you see the numbers in red, the monthly stops per inspector, they're fairly close actually. So we have other issues we need to deal with in Tahoe. Part of it is that we've only got 5 inspectors up there and we're currently missing one, so we have a 20% reduction in staff. Our plan at this point, we have some things that we're going to be doing staffing wise. I intend to fill a extra help position up there. I'll take it out of my current budget without asking for any additional funding. We'll make that work for this summer, that we'll have an additional person up there. And we have other things that we're doing long term and a number of the efficiencies that we're working on as an agency. There are some things that we've done. Even yesterday we have a new program. Every morning our supervising inspector in both Tahoe and Auburn has to sit down and put together routes for all the inspectors, looking at all the locations. It takes about an hour of his time. We now have put together a program. We push a button and that'll be spit out pretty quickly, immediately. And so it'll save 5 hours a week for each of them. So some of those kinds of things we hope to continue to work on. This is just to show the total funded positions in CEDRA. We're at 166 positions in 2008. We're currently at 111. Budget, we have $26.3 million budget last year. $1.5 million of that was carryover. Our year-end estimate looks like we're going to end up probably returning about $400,000 to the general fund. So our net county cost, we've done a pretty good job of spending the money that we were given. Proposed budget, our base budget is $25 million, which is comparable to last year. We have supplemental requests, as you can see, $5.1 million. 2.4 of that is for positions, up to 15 positions, not that we have any belief that we're going to get all those positions, and professional services, $2.8 million. Of that, Placer Conservation Plan, PCCP, is $1.9 million of that. That's continuing the consultant contracts that we currently have of about $1.4 million. It also looks to add 2.5 positions. The ASO, Administrative Services Officer position, would be shared with CEDRA. We both need to be creating some new fee programs. The PCCP fee program, this position will be involved in that. We are looking at that position would most likely be a county position. We're looking with the other new positions that we're creating for PCCP to follow the JPA format that Janine Windeshausen, that the Pioneer Electric has. We're meeting with her and trying to figure out how to make that work. So these costs are a little bit conservative. We hope they'll be a little bit less. Housing program, it's not a separate budget, but I wanted to show it because this is one of the priority areas that the board's been working on, about $450,000. Those same items are in red on this. These are the supplemental requests in priority order. Sunset Area Plan is obviously our number one priority. We have $300,000 budgeted for that. If changes result from the comments that we're receiving on our public draft, then that could go up. You can see that housing is very high priority. The supervising building inspector, I think, is a really very, very important position. We have one supervising inspector in Auburn now that oversees both the plan check and the inspection side, often has to go out in the field and perform inspections. I'd like to have someone sitting in the office doing the plan check that would oversee for both that and would help with Tahoe as well. And I think that's a very important position. The engineering tech that we have up there is 80% funded by developers. It's for inspection, construction inspection of new improvements as they come. So once those improvements really kick up, we'll need that position. We have other positions. I'm not going to take your time. We have these that are contingent on revenue. We're asking the board to really approve these positions ahead of the revenue showing up so that we can move quickly with the building inspection in particular. When the building boom does occur, we need to be able to fill positions immediately. So we're asking that these positions be approved, but we not fill them until the revenue shows up, and with the CEO's concurrence, we'll fill them at that time. The consultant services contract is funded by developers, and community development technician, that is also related to the building permits, to permit processing. So with that, I will open it up if you have any questions.
Supervisor Whitehead.
Steve, conservation plan, so we're hopefully, almost certainly, if that's not true, then everybody should kick me out of the building and let me come back in, but finish up the conservation plan.
We have that on tape.
And transitioning into the implementation part of it.
Yes.
So the question, I guess, but the answer better be yes. The fees are fully reimbursable, correct? That's a part of the fee structure that Kirk and I have been working on for the last couple of years.
Yes.
So it would make sense to me that we want to make sure we fund it to get that going, because the sooner we get that going, the sooner we'll start recouping our investment from it. And so the question is, in your budgeting, have you addressed it that way? It seems to me it'd be useful to the board to see where and when we expect that cutoff to occur.
When we expect to receive the...
When we start, when it's some kind of a revenue expectation as it relates to recouping the investment we have in place to fund what we're starting, and then the startup will fund that on.
We don't have the hard numbers because it depends. It's dependent on development, how much development occurs.
Yeah, well, the point I think is that if we didn't fund those positions, we would prevent or delay the recovering of those fees.
Absolutely. And we really need those 3 positions to get going this year so we're in position for implementation.
So anyway, you guys might just think about that a little bit, because that would be helpful to the board to, one, focus on our expectations as to the timing of that, because it should happen in the next fiscal year, and then exactly what those numbers start to look like.
Right, and I don't think they're going to be huge numbers coming back immediately.
In the beginning,
yes, it's going to take some time.
Sure, yeah. Thanks.
All right,
and then, if I could, there's a City of Lincoln component of that too. They're going to be contributing through the collection of the fees.
Through the collection of the fees,
right.
PCTPA.
So I think that would be good for the board to review and have at our fingertips.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I would just add also in that category, the board heard earlier a request for the Open Space Acquisition Fund to be additionally funded. And of course, we've built into the PCCP and the fee structure the cost to pay back the county for all the acquisitions that we're doing right now in our Get Ahead, Stay Ahead program. So I think as we get closer to the finish line, assuming they stop moving it back, it will become incumbent upon us at some point to start putting together those kinds of projections that show, based on historic absorptions during moderate economic times, what we can expect as a county in terms of payback for what we've upfront, because we're fairly significantly into this.
They're very significant, yes. Yes.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I might mention also, we have, we just put out an RFP in the last couple of days for our service fees, so for building permits, engineering, and for some of the public works and environmental fees as well. So we're looking to redo our fees and try to update them. My hope is to come back in a year with building permits. I'd like my building program to be an enterprise fund or special revenue. I'm not sure which it is, but to be self-sustaining, not require general fund money. We're about 90% right now is what I'm told, so we'll see. But that would be what I hope to do at some point. So just a heads up on that. Right.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Appreciate all of this information, and especially the larger picture of this.
Yeah.
That was like, wow, that was very small. Something that I would just like to suggest to our board that we think about for the future is, there's a request in here, it's $30,000 for housing grant assistance. I think it's time that the counties consider finding someone who can actually just go out and look for grants across departments and manage them. I have the feeling that it would just save us significant amounts of money and bring in additional more grant dollars than we're bringing into the county right now, because frankly, with the exception of going out for these particular BPOs in particular instances, we're kind of asking existing employees to try to make time in their calendars to go out and look for grants and then manage them. And I think it probably would be a lot more effective and would be a greater bang for the buck for the county if we found someone who just, that was their full-time job. So just future thought around that. And then in terms of the positions that are contingent upon increased revenues, perhaps I didn't hear it, but what is our expectation about where these revenues will be coming from, and what kind of time frame do you think they might materialize within?
Well, the building inspection, there would be building permit revenue for those building inspectors and for the community development technician. So we'll just see how it goes. Right now, we're actually a little behind where we were last year, about 11% below last year's permit revenue for building inspection. Okay. We expect that over time to pick up. I've done this before in El Dorado County. I got 9 positions approved. I only filled 5 because that's how much revenue came. It's really similar to the cannabis program last year. You gave us 6 positions, but we had enough work for 4, so we filled the 4 and saved the remainder.
I like the way you think. My only concern about that is, in order to get that anticipated revenue actually in our control, I would assume that our existing building inspectors would have to do a whole bunch more inspections each than they are doing now to bring that revenue in. Well, so that could create some additional challenges around existing staffing levels. Now,
we have to watch it closely. We watch it graphically over the course of the year, and so we can compare it similar to the one I showed you with the on the improvement plans, where you can watch how it goes over the year. If we see that we're trending upward, I think then we work with the CEO and say, hey, it looks like we can afford one now. We have the work coming in. We also get paid, and then the work occurs later on the inspections. It doesn't happen right up front, so we'll have some knowledge that we've already got the revenue.
Okay, yeah, my concern obviously would be that the revenues would lag behind the increased inspections, but it sounds like
it's the other way. We get the payment. Maybe 30% of the work is up front with a plan check, but the remainder of the payments. That's one of the problems with being part of a general fund for a building permit program. I get $100,000 of revenue on June 30th. The county sweeps it, and I have 0 revenue the next day of that money. It all evens out over time, but this way I would have that money carry over to do the work, to perform the work that they paid for.
Okay, great.
And when the recession hits, I'm not asking for more general fund money at the worst time.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I just wanted to get back on Jen's comment about the grant writing. Having written, drafted, edited, revised numerous grants, there are folks out there that do this, and it is a skill set that's quite involved. And while maybe we may not be able to support full time a grant writer, we can certainly get folks that are out there that could assist us to write grants, by the hour. A lot of my clients use or the same people to write their grants in the federal realm, whether it's an energy grant or whether it's something with housing or criminal justice. So I would agree that when I talk to some departments, I'm hearing about, well, we don't have that ability. I do think that quite often those folks that do write grants and are successful, they pay for themselves 10 times over. So if that's something that we can all look into as a pooled resource, I think that's a good way to go. If we don't want to fund or don't have the work to fund a full-time position on that.
I would agree in this case. It's my number 2 priority. We have someone who used to be a deputy director at HCD who's given us a lot of great inside information, so I think it's going to be very useful. For $30,000, I think it's a good spend.
All right. Any more comments, questions?
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. There you are.
We've got joining us today, we have our deputy directors, our budget managers, and our financial managers. They're the ones that are actually doing all the work you're going to be seeing on the slides as we go through it. 12 functional groups, more than 300 people, roads, wastewater, parks, facility, transit, real estate, and a host of other functional groups that we have. A total budget of over $250 million. Of that, about $150 million is the capital program. So what did we do last year? I think hopefully an indicator of what we plan on doing in the next year. Important to note, we've got some strategic partnerships that we've had with people to deliver more and better services by providing either additional resources, additional funding, or spreading out the risk of doing these projects. Some of the projects we're talking about are ones that we've collaborated with others to deliver, not just ourselves. I got completed the final phase of our Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. $40 million plus project to improve and revitalize downtown Kings Beach. It is completed. Tahoe Transportation District and the Federal Highway Administration are constructing right now the $30+ million Fanny Bridge revitalization project. Includes a new river crossing, 3 roundabouts, and revitalizing Fanny Bridge. That project should be completed next year. In January of last year, 2017, we had an 8-foot diameter culvert, 30-foot high earthen embankment that was washed out on Morton Road up in the foothills. Isolated a small community with the help of some adjacent private property owners. We were able to cut them a road to get some temporary access. But from there, our folks designed and constructed a bridge from when it happened in January, opened in June, totally constructed, substantially funded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. We also constructed improvements on Highway 49 between New Airport Road and Bell Road, making that area a little bit safer for everybody. From the road maintenance side, we overlaid 11.5 miles of roadway. Oh, there we go. On the transit side, we replaced our old buses in Tahoe with new buses that are co-branded with the town of Truckee. There's a picture of one right up there. The board approved an ambitious, very ambitious service expansion of TART in future years as funding allows. We integrated our services with Google Trip Planner, so our patrons can have a new way of planning their trips with transit. We also have a soft launch of NextBus for Placer County Transit here on the West Slope. NextBus is a free, real-time bus information app. So now wherever you are, if you have our app, you can tell where the bus is and how far it is away from you. We've been doing that up at TART for several years. Again, the soft launch right now going on here in the West area. And then we work with the region on a one-card transit pass solution that's good across all the regional partners, so people don't have to have 3 different passes and 3 different transfers and everything like that. So a benefit to our customer. Then we're assisting community development on their conservation goals and initiatives. This is the 390-acre Bradley property that your board approved for acquisition. We're in the process of doing that. But we also are assisting our colleagues in Health and Human Services. We extended the lease for the Kirby Hills building here in the past year. And along with that, the new lease included approximately $2 million in tenant improvements to bring that up into a modern modern office use standing. We also facilitated the purchase of a 19-unit apartment complex in Roseville for the mentally ill. Museum side, we opened up the grand opening of our DeWitt History Museum just a couple months ago, very well-attended event. But our Gold Rush Museum is also in a newly refurbished building in downtown Auburn. Kids love the interactive displays, as you can kind of see here. Some amazing murals on the wall. We still have the gold panning that I think kids have loved for years. The grand opening of this event, it's already open, but the grand opening is going to occur later in this year. Your board approved last year a new operational agreement for the fairgrounds with Placer Valley Tourism. That agreement included a very significant private investment to remodel the existing halls and grounds, and those were recently completed and celebrated just last week. Here's some old photos of the fair, shows some of the work going on, and then one of the recent events at the newly refurbished hall. We continue to improve Hidden Falls Regional Park, and we started a reservation system trying to take some of the burdens and letting people know when they could get into the park at a reasonable amount of people at a reasonable amount of time. But we also continue to do trail improvements, trail maintenance. You can see some of the improvements that we just did this past year. Various other improvements we're also doing at parks. We did some bleachers in Forest Hill, a pavilion at Springview Park, and then we have an ongoing program for fuel load reduction. We have a lot of open space land. There's a continual need to make sure we're doing fuel load reduction in those areas. Your board then blessed the master plan last year at the Government Center after substantial community input. The plan will guide development of the government uses as well as the private uses for at least a couple of decades. We've almost completed site improvements at Auburn Library. You can see the new refurbished front end, making it more accessible to all of our patrons. We remodeled the Tahoe Clinic so that we could provide for a new private operator that went in there last year. And then we conducted a complete building assessment of all of our major buildings, over 1 million square feet of buildings, and then implemented software that helps us better maintain and prioritize our building maintenance needs in those buildings. So that's what we did last year. That's great. That's in the past. Now we're kind of moving forward. More importantly, it's kind of what are we going to do for you next year with those resources that you're entrusting with us. We have a project book. Hopefully you all received one. And so that has all the projects that we're working on. I'm going to highlight a few. The Willarga Road Bridge project here on the left should begin construction in 2019. It's a $39 million project to replace, widen, and heighten the bridge up out of the floodplain. Your board will be considering in the upcoming weeks what's called a high-cost bridge agreement with Caltrans in order to get that project financed and done. We have several other bridges that are also ready to be constructed. They're on Dowd Road, Bowman Road, and Gold Hill Road. They're only awaiting for construction authorizations through Caltrans. Hopefully 2 of those 3 anyway we can get funded in the next round and begin construction in 2019. We also hope to assemble a finance package with our partners to fund the first phase of the Placer Parkway. Placer Parkway is a new 4-lane facility between Highway 65 and Highway 70. The $58 million first phase is from Highway 65 to Foothills Boulevard, and we will really open up the Sunset area in that area of the county. From the road maintenance standpoint, this summer we're intending to do about 7 miles of overlay and almost 100 miles of chip sealing on various roads throughout the county. Next year, we're hoping to increase that significantly, doing 10-plus miles of overlay and well over 100 miles of chip and slurry seals throughout the county. The assumption of that, and that's all based on the Senate Bill 1, the increase in the gas tax revenue that occurred in November of last year. It's anticipated to provide us $7 million a year. It's been ramping up slowly, but we're getting more and more money every month. We started at about $70,000 a month in the month of January. We're already up to $300,000 a month in the last month, and hopefully that'll go up to $600,000 here in the upcoming months to be able to do road rehabilitation and maintenance. In Tahoe, we're under a contract with a developer on the Kings Beach Center properties to develop a mixed-use project and hotel in downtown Kings Beach. We're working with environmental or economic development to pursue that project. We're continuing to support community development on their conservation acquisitions, as well as the Placer Ranch and Sunset area plans. We are investigating proposals on redeveloping the old firehouse in Tahoe City. That's on the upper right here. And your board talked about that at its last Tahoe board meeting. Other priorities include continuing investigating a biomass facility within the county, with our partners, developing a groundwater sustainability plan, and then determining a recycled water purveyor for West Placer County and getting the agreements in place to make that so. In Tahoe, we'll be constructing improvements to Speedboat Beach, both access as well as restroom facilities. A very popular spot in the summer. We worked a couple years ago with some parking issues that were in the community. Now we're trying to improve the actual access to the beach itself. Bike trails have become a real high priority amenity in Lake Tahoe. Here we have a map showing the existing bike trails in our area of the county in blue, and the red are the proposed ones. The intent there is to link Kings Beach, Tahoe City, and Truckee, and what's known as the Resort Triangle. We've got 3 projects that are in development. Dollar Creek is currently under construction. We're taking it from the current terminus at Dollar Hill, and we're going to take it up to Carnelian Bay. That's under construction. We are working on the Martis Valley Trail. We have the North Star Community Services District that's taking the lead for the next portion of the trail at its current terminus just south of Schaefer Mill Road, going through the valley. We have a project in design that will take it from that point and move it up to the North Star roundabout, trying to make it easier for folks to get around. Not all the way yet, but working towards that goal. And then finally, on the Truckee River access, we're in the early planning to extend the bike trail along Highway 89 from Squaw Valley up to Truckee. And we've been hosting some public meetings and having discussions and trying to find a plan that works for as many people as possible. We also intend to ask your board to certify an EIR next year for Hidden Falls to both improve the trail system, the overall trail system, but also access to the various parts of the park. Working with Placer Valley Tourism again, we're developing a plan for a $30 million plus 130,000 square foot event center at the fairgrounds, focused on youth sports events, particularly volleyball, cheer, and basketball, but flexible enough for many types of events, and complement the recent improvements that we've just completed, including a new entry on Junction Boulevard to take away some of the traffic from the residential area to the south. And then your board last year also approved a very ambitious capital improvement program for buildings. So based on that, we plan on breaking ground in 2019 on a new coroner facility at the Santucci Justice Center, a new mental health facility at the Santucci Center, and a new reentry facility. Both the mental health facility and the reentry facility are based on state grants, and so the timing is kind of based on the state when they make the money flow. We're still hopeful we can break ground in 2019, at least on one of those two. We'll also be remodeling an existing building for the clerk recorder for a new warehouse at the existing DeWitt Center site, and we'll be remodeling the existing Auburn jail. Your board will also be asked soon to consider an option with an affordable housing developer to construct approximately 79 units of affordable housing at the DeWitt Center. That project is currently in environmental review, but that option will be coming up probably within the next month or so. So those are some of what we have planned coming up. So now some of our notable supplemental requests. We're a large department, we do have a lot of different ones. These are all for your boards and CEOs' consideration of things you may want to see done or may not, up to you. And so we broke these down into operating funds as well as capital project funds. Most of them are one-time, although there may be a couple that do continue on if we choose to do so. So for the operating, parks, they have their annual equipment purchases that are consistent with our equipment replacement plan. That's $99,000. We have the Squaw Valley Park winter operation. That's a pilot project to actually open the park during the winter to provide for outdoor recreation during the wintertime, snow play and access to the backcountry. They're currently very difficult to have a parking space in the middle of winter out there. So this is really about removing snow from the parking area and managing it to make sure that it is used by the appropriate people. We're also looking, and that's $49,500, and that'll also improve access to the bike trail, which we, a year or two ago, recently started plowing during the wintertime. Well, there's no place for people to park when they want to walk along the bike trail, so this provides a public place where they can do so. We're also talking about increasing the ranger contract for Hidden Falls and Bear River campgrounds. We have gone to a reservation system for both of those facilities to make sure that people are obeying, particularly in the early time. We're looking at an $82,713 cost to provide additional rangers, an option to make sure that we have the best customer experience that we can and that people are obeying and adhering to their reservations. On the building maintenance side, we have historically outsourced some of our HVAC services, particularly for the Cedra building. It's working out remarkably well. We're very pleased with how it's going. We're looking to expand that contracting out. We've also found that we've had a couple of very large HVAC systems that have broken down with very expensive, tens of thousands of dollars of repair costs. We're looking at increasing that contract by $144,000 to continue to provide those services. On the road side, we have our again, equipment replacement per our plan. That's a $1.5 million request, but that probably has dropped in priority as long as SB1 holds. That really is probably the appropriate fund source for that need. SB1, there are some repeal efforts, so it may continue on, it may not, but time will tell. And so I think that, again, a lower priority. So then comes to projects and the capital project budgets. Building maintenance. So last year we implemented some software, it's called VFA, to better help us prioritize what do we have out there for building maintenance needs. Showed up a current need and backlog need of $7 million. We're currently budgeted for $3 million. We're currently suggesting an additional $2 million. Did take us a while to accumulate all that backlog. We don't think we're going to get out of it all in one time, but we do believe it's important to continue getting out of it, and it's a good investment to ensure that our buildings are staying well maintained for as long as possible. On the park side, so parks typically was budgeted out of the $4.5 million allocation you made to facilities, which included renovations, maintenance, and planning. That money now, based on your actions last year, is now 100% dedicated to building maintenance. And so Parks has zero in the capital budget. So there's some ideas of things that we have been working on, we'd like to work on for your board's consideration if they meet your priorities. Immigrant Trail, we're trying to create a foot trail up over from Truckee over Donner Summit, eventually connecting up to Auburn. Well in the process of doing some of the planning for that with our partners, the Forest Service, the land trusts, and everybody else who's banded together to help make that happen. So we have $25,000 we're asking to continue that process. Granite Bay Landscaping, we're exploring some fixes to the landscaping districts that exist there. They're flatline, they don't grow over time. Some people pay them, some people don't. We're trying to see if there's a better way of financing the landscape districts in there. In addition to that, we're exploring a collaboration with the Eureka School District on one of their old school sites and the possibility of partnering with them to create some additional field space on their old school site. Could be a possible win-win with the community. That community has very much been hit with the lack of field space due to the growth of the non-traditional sports, rugby, lacrosse, and others that require field time, along with the footballs, the baseballs, and the soccers. We also have the Dutch Flat pool repairs, which in most part is a restroom and some deck repairs, the restroom being the big ticket item. We're asking for $105,000. The intent of that is to partner with the CSA, which is the community paying that. They will never have the money to do the restroom, but with them putting in approximately half and us putting in half, we can finally get a restroom in there for the pool. We also want to continue our work. The fuel reduction work we do every year is through a capital project budget, which means every year we spend it or spend most of it, and the next year we have to replenish. If we want to continue with that, typically we do a minimum of $200,000 to $250,000 a year, $200,000 to $250,000 a year of work through GOATs and through Washington Ridge inmate crews to get that work done. We have countywide trail maintenance, the same idea. We spend it every year. Most of that going these days to the flood damage repairs, particularly at Hidden Falls Park, but everywhere. We're making progress on the flood repairs, but we still have more to go. And then the park's major maintenance project, which is doing major maintenance on many of our parks. This year, what we're focused on is Applegate Park doing a walkway or replacing a walkway in Applegate Park and beginning the design process for the replacement of the Squaw Valley Playground. Environmental utilities, we have the groundwater management program. Traditionally, it used to be an operating budget. It is now a capital project budget, meaning our efforts every year have to be replenished every year. We are In that budget is our staff time to work on our budgets to ensure that our sewer ratepayers or our road ratepayers are not paying for the groundwater management. Included in that $255,000 is a $50,000 allotment, which is our dues to the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, which is that group of our partners with the cities to do this groundwater plan. Our focus is really, the cities really look after the urban interests, and we have some of those urban interests, but we're probably the only ones who look out after the agricultural interests of the county, particularly in the western portion. And then a couple miscellaneous ones. Tahoe Engineering, we are continually doing more work, being asked to whether work on art, working on some of the benefit assessment districts where the community wants us to tax themselves for work and maintenance of different improvements they have around their towns. We have one in Kings Beach they want to expand. We have one in Tahoe City they want to expand. So we're looking to have a fund source so it isn't the roads bearing that responsibility and spending the time to do that. Tahoe Development, TAUs, that's probably another one I think at this point that's a lower priority. I think where we're at today, we have enough, talking with economic development, enough TAUs to for the Tahoe City Lodge and the Kings Beach Center, so that's probably a pretty low priority for this year. I think we're looking pretty good. Kings Beach Center disposition, $620,000. We are responsible for the residential relocation for all the tenants at this current center. There are some very specific laws and rules that we have to follow, and so the intent, though, of that is not really so much extra money, because the intent is the sale proceeds from the land would pay for the relocations. And then finally, we have the Fairgrounds Environmental. The good news, our partners, Placer Valley Tourism, are paying 100% of the environmental review costs associated with the event center, but we still are bearing the cost of our time, our county council time to draft and put together the agreements that allow all that to happen. We're looking for $40,000 next year so that we can continue that and bring it to fruition. With that, that's a whole lot of stuff there, I know. So I apologize for that. But we appreciate your consideration, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from Supervisor Euler? I think you were.
Just picking up on that, your last item on the fairgrounds, do we still bear responsibility for all the costs associated with the racetrack, operation of the racetrack, the claims that there were improvements done without permits and environmental review, all of that stuff?
Those, we had the operational agreement, so going forward, the PVT has the right to lease that area out. In fact, they recently leased it out for racetrack. As far as the past, I'd probably ask county council on that. My understanding is we have not necessarily transferred any past responsibilities to any current individual or group.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery?
I'd just like to clarify that there is actually a restroom at the Dutch Flat Pool already. This would be to bring it to ADA compliance. People aren't peeing in the pool.
Thank you.
Well, maybe there.
A little bit of the ick factor.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Thank you for your very concise report. Appreciate it, and appreciate everybody's attention. And I think, if I'm right, we're done. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. We made it.